Hello.
I just saw the number. That's good. Nice work there, Omega.
Hello.
You got the funny number. You got the sex number. Good for you. Monkey was going nuts. Oh my, which monkey? Also, hi there, Het. Which monkey was going nuts? Hang on a sec. Let me go get into this room here, so then that way we can all say hi, everyone. Happy Wednesday. Sir Dragon, thank you so much for being here first. I greatly appreciate it. I am so glad I put the VIP role on you and took it away from like so many other people's. Omega Platinum, welcome to the stream. Good work on the 69 himbo. On the 69% bimbo rating. You got the funny number. And then we've got Het over here saying hi. Hello, Het. Welcome to the stream. BRU, I refuse to leave. Brew? What? What's brew? I don't know what brew is. Just nani? Yeah. Alright, I'm just trying to post in all the different places that's like, hey, I'm online, I'm streaming and such like that, cause, you know, the grind never stops. Whether you're doing it for fun or for the livelihood, the grind never stops for anyone. You do it as often as you can. Also, I don't know why my thingamadiggy isn't working. Why is my... Hang on, why is my account no longer linked? Profiles, first server profiles, content, and like thingamadiggies, accounts you have blocked or ignored, connected games. Want to connect a game to your account? Learn more. Like, why? Like, why is my thingamadiggy, like... Yes, like, my GrantZeebs is on there. I don't know why it's not doing the thingamadickies. Why? Oh, I can add my blue sky. GrantZeebs.com. There we go. I can add that there. Let's see if it does the thingamadickies. Sign in. Ding. Authorize.
Hetvideo restaurant paid me to say himbo 1%. I refuse to believe it. The himbo rating just can't measure all this.
Nah, it can measure all that. It can measure all of that. It can't measure all of this, or these, or this. Like, there's a lot of things it can measure and a lot of things it can't measure. Most of the things it can't measure is in regards to me. How dare you bonk me over the head. But yeah, hi there, Masonic. Welcome to the stream. Maybe 1% isn't bad. The way others feel more himbo. Yeah. It makes other people feel himbo. But yeah, so for whatever reason, my Twitch thingy-madiggy isn't working in Warren's, streams and what have you. I don't know if he's, like, I don't know if he's adjusted something, but it's not working for me anymore, for whatever reason. Hopefully it'll be fixed another day. So yeah, I'll ask the long-eared, streamer about it another time. For now, though, I'm just gonna do the needful and post manually via copying and pasting in, like, several different Discords. Hey, I'm online and I'm streaming. How is everyone's day going, if you mind me asking? Is everyone good? Grant Johnson. Hi there, YY. Welcome to the stream. Just being like, shut up. Nah. What? Be fine with the 1%. It will change one day. It will change another day. Alright, not posting into there. That's doing their thing. Ding dong. Bing, 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 bong. There we go. Alrighty. Shutterstock. Will you delete that thingamadiggy? Heading, hadong. Where is my Twitch? There is my Twitch. There we go. Alrighty then. How dare you drop something on me? Alrighty then. So, how many more? I got like 30 more seconds until it gets like properly into the thing where it mentions like, you know, on the Twitches and what have you. So, Monday, we went through a bit of Mafia 3. It's going fairly well. It's a lot better now that I've got it playing via the PlayStation rather than trying to do it on my PC. Because, yeah, for whatever reason, my PC decides to stutter and all that kind of nonsense, which isn't great. So, PlayStation is how we're going so far. I'm going to need to do some offline grinding with that game as well because, oh my goodness, there's no fast travel system. You have to travel everywhere, which I'm kind of fine with, especially with, like, gathering things in, like, the districts and what have you. But when I want to do, like, busybody nonsense of, like, oh, let me just go through these silly side quests, many of them are go down to the bayou, pick up something from the bayou, and take it all the way back into the city. And then when you're done there, you have to drive all the way back out to the bayou to do the side quest. And it's like, that is a lot of driving. So, Jesus. Good work on the cute rating there, Masonic and there, Sir Dragon. Nice worry. So, yeah, so that's going to be going with that thingamadiggy. Did you see did you see on the news a guy in a fursuit bashing the city here? No, I did not. And I was having such a good day. Why? I was having which city? Like, actually, no, I don't even want to know which city because it's gonna be the same fucking thing where it's gonna be hey, hey, this person that was in a fursuit was getting bashed. Sir, are you okay? No, I'm not okay. Can you think of a reason why they were bashing you? I think it's because I was in a fursuit, and it's totally uncalled for. Like, I think South Australia, Adelaide. That is fucking crazy. Absolute fucking bananas. They just don't. They don't give us peace of mind, honestly. And obviously, it does not help when there's like, you know, the only very little. I interact with the mainstream media when it comes to, like, furry content very little. And I find that it settles my brain so much better than if I tried, you know, if I tried keeping up with it on a week-by-week basis. I would just not have... I would not have the time, basically, if I had to do a daily checkup of what is the latest furry drama, what furry has done what in the mainstream, and yada yada. I feel like I would just lose out hope or something like that. I would just feel so depressed, and that I would be going back down into far worse sort of practices of, you know, eating whatever it is that I wanted, gaining weight, not streaming, you know, high quality to you guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or doing anything with my TikTok or my Blue Sky. I would just be, you know, doing basically this. Ignore the fact that there's right now a lot of... Oh, that's the wrong signal. Ding, dong. Ignore the fact that, you know, there's all kinds of lag going off and what have you, because right now we're compiling some shaders, and it's taking every piece of my graphics card to do this. I love this claymation. This is kind of fun. So yeah, so we went through playing in the Deep South, or, you know, a fictionalized Deep South, they say, but let's be real, it was still very, very racist back then in the 1960s. 60s, you didn't have to say it was fictitious. And blah, 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 blah. So we gone from playing Mafia Deep South to we are about to go into Fantasy Deep South. So hopefully we won't deal with, like, you know, huge amounts of racism, and we'll only have to deal with the stuff that they're deciding to present into here, which is just, holy shit, some people are just, you know, absolutely depressed. Because it does give you a content warning of, like, you know, we're gonna be, you know, combating depression and death and what have you, so... with luck, you know, peeps are gonna be fine. Ah. But yeah. But yeah, I absolutely love, like, Hazel. I love her design. She looks amazing. And that's the title of the game, South of Midnight. It's a really long opener, but I love it, personally speaking. I personally love it. Also, I just noticed there's, like, a mouse here, so let me just move it down here into the corner. But yeah, I personally love the look of this game, the sound, and also it helps that the character is hot. Like, South of Midnight contains flashing images, strong, sensitive, loss, death, and traumatic events. Some scenes may be distressing, some imagery may be unsettling, and with a strong fear of spiders. So, warning to you, chat. So, we just met up with our grandmother who wants to, like, who's gonna help us getting to, like, a particular person.
Get back to pretend Laurent doesn't exist.
And then a giant catfish is not gonna help us, so we gotta try and get to the juke joint our own way. Oh, we don't go in there. Okay. I thought we do, but it's apparently not. We just go through this normally. I am in very much a mood of there's probably something if I don't explore, but I could also be so wrong. Oh, another... Wait, this is a squeezing through? I don't remember it being that thick. I guess I would be the same sort of way with a gap like that. I would just be like, oh, hang on, let me just... Ooh, okay. Alright, and then... There we go, and then... Yoink. I'm glad that I'm already remembering, like, a lot of the controls and what have you, because...
There's the old
yeah.
Juke joints nearby.
Alright, so dink, and then thunk. There we go. So yeah, I'm remembering many of the commands. I'm glad that I haven't... Like, because I haven't played this game in, like, a week or two, and I really wanted to play more of this. I did not want to drop this game. I picked up a lot of games during the week that I had off during, like, the Easter slash Whatsamahoozy holiday. Nice. Cool. No, Code, not the bald! Ah! Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing alright. How goes the evening for yous? There we go. And no doubt a fight's here. Yep. Oh, new enemy. That one's different. So this is all like trauma and such. It goes good. Nice. Go. Set you up right there. Oh, and there's that guy as well I need to deal with. So yeah, hopefully you're having a good dinner. I had a pretty decent trivia night, and unfortunately one of the things that I did was I had a little too much to eat. So so they changed the Thai beef salad recipe that the place I go to for trivia nights and such. So when I got the Thai beef salad, I also decided to get myself a side of potato bake. Sorry, not potato bake. Sorry, mashed potatoes.
You're a sight for sore eyes.
So, and I didn't eat the entire serving, mind you. But I still had like maybe 2/3 of it. And then people were like sharing things left and right at our table. So I also consumed a little bit of that as well. And yeah, gained a bit of weight from that. Thankfully, I'm still at like 95 kilos, 95.85 this morning was where I was at. And so I didn't like, go over my limits or anything like that. But yeah, my stomach was a little bit uncomfortable. So note for self, even if like, because I could handle the dish and the side, but the fact that like people were sharing their sides and such here and there, and I wanted to join in on that, that ain't gonna, like, I'm not gonna be able to like, do both of those things. So I'm once again having to relearn like what are my limits and what have you when it comes to like eating socially with people. Alright, I know there's something important for me right there, but January 4th, 1927. Promoted Laurent to lieutenant this morning. We all had some drinks to celebrate. He's a mellow fella. It was nice to see him excited. He had a little too much to drink and got to crying about his folks. Matson teased him for crying. For a split second, his skin went taut and twisted. Never seen a man move so fast. He hit Matson so hard he flew partway across the room. Broke his leg. Laurent and ran off.
Jeez.
Ooh, hello. Where? Ah, okay, I see. Let's get you here. There we go. And then, there we go. Giving us this. Oh, you can't break the boxes in this game. It doesn't matter if you do or if you don't. And then, don't think there... Yeah, I don't think there's any purpose to this area, so... Ooh, but interestingly enough... Was I meant to go this way? Okay, well, I can just do that. Cool. Alright, let's pick up this interesting.
Up out here.
All right,
She
let's
held on to
interact.
this?
It's a photo of Hazel's mom and her husband. It's Hazel's mom and dad.
Hazel took that pic of us just after LaRon had cooked us that 3-course dinner. When he felt safe, he had so much love to give. Wish he had felt safe more often. Sometimes he seemed like he was scared of himself.
Aw.
I remember that day. I saw what Mama saw in him. But he didn't deserve her. I'm really not looking forward to this conversation.
Crane. Oh, hello. It's this classic kind of platforming I see. Ah! No! There was a tree in my way! There we go. And then, there. Gotcha. I know what I'm doing. Flip! Always little things. Ooh, another readable. January 10th. Went looking for Laurent. He's been missing almost a week. I found him bloody and naked in the woods. Looked like he fought a puma. Started babbling and saying, "Sorry, sorry, please let me stay. I don't do it again." I told him he's got to keep those feelings at bay, even if I think he was justified in lashing out. Masterson is an asshole. I brought him back to camp.
Sounds like he really cared about him.
Oh, okay, so there isn't really a way for us to get to it from this side. So let's keep on going this way, and I bet you there's going to be a way to double back. Close. So, yeah. There we go. There we go. Thank you for the upgrade. So, easy traversal. I love it. And then just avoid all the spikes. Oh, look, it's a bear! Although doesn't look like there's a way to get up to that bear. Hopefully the bear is not going to be a problem as we go further in. More upgrade. May 17th, 1931. I found Laurent, what, 10 years ago almost? He shot up like a beanpole. A good boy. I swear he's aging slower than the rest of us. Where I find gray hair and new wrinkles every day, he's still got that baby face. He's been earning the business well. I think he could take it over. Why? Where is the... Oh, okay, so it is this way. Alright, so I was just a dumbass. More spindle for upgrades. I'm holding on to them in case there's any further upgrades. What's in here?
Is in here.
Ooh. Chapter 7. Borrowers of Little Drunkards. Be sure to leave a few thimbles full of your strongest liquor outside the barrels and crates. Those little drunk buggers will swindle your hard-earned hooch in the middle of night if you don't. Then they wreak havoc. You gotta give them a peace offering. They like the burn when it goes down. But then again, so do I!
Ugh, these little guys are menaces.
Alright, let's see what's through here. I reckon it's another fight. Yeah, it's another fight. Wait, South of Midnight? Yeah! Hi there, Arya Soul Song! Yeah, we're playing through South of Midnight. I picked this up back during the week that I had off from work, and I love the look of it. And the combat I can get totally behind. There is so much presented in terms of the look, the serious nature of, you know, loss and death, and like just the emotional grippings and what have you. Plus, look at Hazel. She's so... love her.
Can't let you slow me down.
And I nearly died then.
Knots around here somewhere.
Did you get to the Mama B there scene? Mama with B that... I'm not too sure. Right now, we got help from our grandmother. She gave us like a different outfit. And so we're going after some weird, some lady or something or rather. So, hang on. So right now we're in chapter 7 where we gotta reach, Lorette's juke joint. What's this? Press dodge in quick succession. Unravel's cooldown acceleration effect is improved. When Crouton's control ends, it sets off a strand blast. Okay. It deals increased damage, tether nonsense, damage with rendering, heals you slightly, takes more damage, cannot move or attack for a short while. And then, oh, I can do that if I wanted to. Yeah, I'll go for that upgrade just so I can dodge quicker. Strand inflicts increased damage against a wider area and weaves. Okay, Strand blasts. What's Strand rending step, then quickly press X. What's Strand blasts? Inflicts increased damage. I'm guessing, like, dodging at... Oh, it might be the dodging at the right time thingy-madiggy. So, let's give that a try. So it... Where am I going next? This way. But... Oh yeah, wait, where's the trauma thing? There's supposed to be like a... Isn't there like a thing I need to unravel? Okay, maybe this guy will help. There we go. That should do it.
Got it. Stigma's clearing up.
Yep. Alright. Moving on. Moving through. Ooh, another letter. Prohibition was repealed. No one needs our moonshine and bootleg wine. Demand is way down. I'm thinking of heading out west to find my fortunes there. Asked Laurent if he wanted to come. He politely declined. Said he's gonna make something of himself here.
Remember, it's the 21st Amendment, because you can't drink till you're 21.
Ah, interesting.
Up there.
I guess that's an interesting way to remember which amendments was, like, you know, the prohibition and all that kind of nonsense. What's this? Ooh, hello. April 4th, 1955. Came back to the old bootlegging spot. Laurent is still here, looking ever young and spry. Leapt up and bear-hugged me plump off my feet. Felt like he was gonna break my neck. He brought the Soul Mill's old juke joint. Runs a little backwoods bar now. I have a feeling he will be here for quite some time.
This is getting weird.
I wonder if she doesn't realize Laurent, like, the Laurent that she's probably thinking of, who's, like, you know, not that old, is actually the very same Laurent in all these, like, messages from, like, 1910s and shit. Because I'm kind of picking up, I'm already picking up on that kind of nonsense already. Alright, let's see. Is there a... Yep, okay, so there's that there. Yep, I guess that's as good a direction as any. And then we grab you. Then... Oop, can't get in there. But we can send Crouton in there, and I bet you there's like a strand thing. Oop. Ow. Darn you, darn you, darn you, darn you. Ah! Oh, here we go. So it was just to get that engine started. Okay. Ding dong. Anything around? No. Oh, hello. What's in here? Oh, I didn't have to do it like that. I could have just left triggered that. Well, goes to show me trying to be, you know, clever with limited systems. Ooh, okay, hang on. Push you forward. Let's see, will it open up the gate? No. Okay. There we go. So we just needed to activate that. And then it's most likely gonna stop because of... Yep. But that's okay, because we just need it for this! And there we go.
There it is. Man, it's been a minute since I've seen Laurent.
Alright. Wonder what Laurent looks like. Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie! Hope you're having a wonderful evening, Bookie. Alright, so we gotta deal with some flash flooding. Jump up, jump up. And there we go. Any further weave nonsense? No. Howdy do? You had a good gym workout and you got all your groceries for the afternoon. Excellent work there, Bookie. I had just, you know, a day at work. I ate too much last night at trivia, so my stomach was a little bit fucky. I didn't go over 95 kilograms, thankfully. I stayed at like 95.85 in the morning. So, yeah, I just had some chamomile tea in the morning to help soothe my stomach. I'm in a little bit better now. And, yeah, still, you know, not obese, which is pretty good. And continuing on with my diet.
We ain't open.
Hello, Laurent.
Hey, didn't you hear what? Hazel? What are you... You've,
Hi there, Nano Gamer.
It's been a while.
Yeah. How you doing?
Do you know where I can find Hugging Molly?
That's who we're looking for, Hugging Molly.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. Bunny said.
Bunny? As in Bunny Flood, your absentee grandmother? Explains why you dress like that.
Whatever. She's just trying to help me.
Right. Because Bunny's known for giving you a helping hand.
This is different.
I saw how she treated you and Lacey.
And how did you treat Mama?
I treated Lacey well.
Until you didn't. You just up and left us one day.
This is grown folks' business. You a child. This ain't for you.
I ain't no damn child. Do you know how sad she was when you left us?
It was complicated. There was a...
Don't make excuses.
Hazel?
You didn't deserve her.
That's enough.
Ooh.
I need you to leave.
Did you even care? What was so wrong with Mama? With us?
Nothing. Nothing. It's me. It's always me.
Is he?
Hazel, no! I'm not safe.
Is this a werewolf situation, or is this a different kind of mythos? What the fuck is that? Was that a chicken?
Shit. Maybe I can reweave him.
Why is he a chicken?
How long has he been like this?
Let's have a look. Anything of... So he's got an owl eating a possum there, some moonshine. Doesn't... Oogaroo. Oh, hey, it's... Chapter 7, Heart of Lace. I need to tell Lacey. I'm sorry. I can do better. I can let her in. Sometimes I see her walking around, but I can't speak the words. All I think of is the sorrow I caused her and Hazel. But each time it gets stuck in my throat, choking me. She deserves so much better. I don't know if I can change. I've been this way so long.
He really did love Mama.
So yeah. The alpha cock inside me is growing. I don't know if that's what's going on here, but we'll probably get more clues about, like, the mythos that he is and such like that, because it looked like a cockatrice or something like that for sure. Why did the chicken cross the road? It's complicated. Ooh, hello. And then dink. And then dunk. Alright, so that gets us up
Clean the
here.
bottle, clear up everything. Then I can reweave Laurent.
Church. Pop. Ooh, hello. Good. Nice work on the 20%. And not to worry if you have to lurk, Bookie. Oop, stuck on the geometry. Dear Mr. Baptiste, first, we appreciate your many years of service, which makes this decision much harder. We received your request to swap company scripts for cash to help pay for your wife's medical billing. Unfortunately, the company is unable to comply with your request at this time. Our policy is firm. Thank you.
I can't imagine how hard that must have been. All that work for nothing.
I can feel my time on this earth coming to a close. I'm going up a yonder to be with my lord. I hate to leave my beautiful boys behind, especially Teddy. He's hurting so much, but won't show me. Thinks he's gonna be our rock, but even the hardest rock can be worn away by the streams of grief. I know he goes and cries. I've known him half my life. Can't hide from me that easily. I should talk to him about it. He's gonna have to be a good example for Laurent. They'll need each other.
All we got is each other. What's it like knowing you have to leave it all behind? It's gotta take forever to build a nest this big.
Is that his nest? Doesn't look like there's anything for me. There. Looks like there's some trauma though. Oh. Okay, I guess it wants me going in a particular way. It wants me to go through a particular order of operation here. Oh, but I haven't gone this way yet. Hang on. Did I already go in this? No, I have not. Here's some upgrades. Any letters? No, no letters. No notes, no letters. No writing. Oh, hello. We've been passing around the hat to try and raise company scripts for Thea. Teddy is devastated, picking up extra shift after shift, working harder than a cat in a mouse factory. But it just ain't enough. The church took up donations too. We ain't raised much, but we ain't raised nothing either. Everything helps.
Folks passing around the same $20. Tale old as time. Hurry up! I ain't got all day.
I thought I dodged that. And weave this nonsense, and then... grab this for the health. And then do that for the health. And then we grab this. Alright. What kind of pain is Laurent in?
Each time Laurent saw that sawmill boss drive by in a fancy car, he felt like a knife was twisting in his belly, cutting deeper each time. That man wouldn't even miss the money that could have saved Laurent's mama.
Rich folks don't never change.
So he was always... So they worked at a sawmill.
All that stigma. But how am I supposed to get in there?
Oh, hang on. Alright, get the crouton in there. It's kind of funny. Oh! What's up, Mr. Fox? Mr. Rabbit. Ah, just upgrades. I thought it was going to unlock something important, but it didn't. And I'm looking for... You know what? I think I know how I'm doing this. There we go. Ah, no fighting for this one.
On his mama's birthday, Laurent ran away, crying out like a wounded owl. Daddy always warned him not to show his pain. You got to hide it.
Oh my god, Eviscerator! Hi, welcome to the stream! Welcome, welcome everyone. My name is Grant. I am a variety himbo streamer. I picked up South of Midnight about like a week or two ago during a break from work and such, and I'm getting an opportunity to play through more of it tonight. Welcome everyone in. How was Grand Theft Auto San Andreas? Hopefully you went pretty far in that game. I have never gone far in the Grand Theft Auto San Andreas game. I always end up in the cul-de-sac where it all starts, and I don't go any farther than that. So, you've been eviscerated. No, I've been eviscerated! If you need to, like, raid and dash, Eviscerator, totally understand. I'll try and keep your, viewers' ears occupied and happy as we go through more of South of Midnight. Currently, we're up to Chapter 7, where a guy named Laurent, who is, like, the son of someone that was, like, working at a sawmill or something like that, he apparently, like, you know, always, like, his father told him to suppress his emotions and such, and his mom was very ill. So...
But in the heart of the woods, Laurent found himself consumed by it.
Sometimes I want to go into the woods and holler too.
Alright, so... He felt a lot of things, and he would take his father's, like, advice of, like, trying to bottle it in and such, but it wouldn't work out too well. It's going alright. You're up to 37% completion of your attempt to do a 100% run. Ooh, okay.
All that hurt with no way to let it out. He was just a boy.
Rougarou. Oh, is that... The fuck is a Rougarou? Oh, wrong way. 100% in classic GTA games is a vibe? Fair enough. Hopefully you're having a wonderful time with that kind of vibe. I can't 100% games. It is not... Ow. I cannot 100% games. It's just not in my... I don't have much of a care for it, I'm sorry to say. Alright, let's get into a fight.
Damn it.
Let me unravel that. fair enough. If a game can keep you interested, then that's all there is to it. Yeah. That's all a game can do. Okay, you can't scoff at modern games like Ubisoft and Guerrilla, alright? You can't just, like, throw that kind of shit out there. They do interest people as well. Alright? People that complain about Ubisoft and Guerrilla games being bad games have not played bad games, okay? There are games that can be not to your like level of enjoyment and what have you, but until you go through games like Camera Obscura or like some of the indie games that are just really poorly made, like Ubisoft and Guerrilla Games are not the problem.
Heart ain't big enough for all the sorrows that want to fill it. With a doctor, Laurent's mama might have lived, but Daddy only got paid to accompany script, and doctors only took cash money.
Mom always said Laurent had a tough childhood. Tough doesn't even begin to cut it.
Not calling them bad to be fair. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Classic gives you a variety of objectives to do 400, so you never got to do the same thing for too long. Oh, okay. So you're talking about the repetition, the repetitious aspect of some of the games that are like from Ubisoft and Guerrilla.
I don't want to think about dead mothers right now.
Alright. Why do I feel like Laurent may have killed his dad? I feel like it's a possibility that we're about to experience a memory where Laurent went and killed his dad out of, like, anger and shit for his mom. Ubisoft started a trend that made side content uninteresting. They made it so that it was really egregious, is what is my thoughts on the thing. Roguru is like a werewolf but kaiju. Okay. Cajun. Noted, noted, noted. Did it. And then we'll grab this for the heals, so then that way we're like fully healed. And let's unravel this trauma. The game takes liberties with that. Possibly. Let's see.
Barely got out of bed or washed most days now. Laurent had to catch their dinner or go hungry. He was all alone, trying to press down on a wound too deep to mend.
Poor Laurent. He had to grow up too fast.
That's not good. Well, I'm glad that we didn't get like a traumatic memory of him killing his dad or anything like that. But god damn, that's not too great of a past. Where the fuck are we oh, this way. We gotta get going. I'm getting the hang of this. Almost there. Oh my god. There's just so much. And made it. There we go. You been enjoying South Midnight? Yes, I have. I really have. It is... I honestly love it. It's not too... Like, I am not a huge fan of open worlds most recently, just because I don't have all the time. I do want to go through Clara Obscura. I want to get done with Mafia 3.
Battered, fried, and dipped in grits. I just seen a Rougarou.
That's Laurent.
Well, best not run into him again. We'll find Molly another way.
No, I need to reweave him like Benji and Tom.
Says who? Laurent ain't some kind of tree or big gator.
Bunny said.
Bunny, with her newfound kindness, sending you after a Rougarou to find Molly. A little odd.
Spit it out, fish.
Look, there's whispers of Bunny in these swamps and hollers. Dark magic. A corruption sprouting from her house.
She might have her reasons.
Reason enough to send her granddaughter chasing after danger when her mother might not even be alive?
That's enough.
Yeah, that stepped a bit too close.
I'm sorry.
I've got this far, ain't I?
I know you want to see her, but... just be careful out there, all right?
Plus, it doesn't seem fair to, like, leave him alone like that and what have you. If we can help him, we might as well try.
Never seen a blade so big. Might come in handy with these roots.
Oh, hello, actually.
Dang it. Needs power.
From what? Nice.
Sorry, trees. I gotta get through.
But yeah, one of your favorite games this year, if not your favorite of the year so far. Still trying to decide if it's Expedition 33 for me or not at its epilogue. I have not yet played Expedition 33, so I am not 100% certain. I do want to... Well, okay, not true. I have played a little bit of Expedition 33, but I haven't finished the first act. I want to go through more Expedition 33, but I don't have, like, a lot of time. And, like, I don't want to start, like, playing it both off-stream and on-stream. So, like, I want to try and put as much time into it on-stream as I can. Now, this, like, it would probably be the good game to play on Saturday mornings while I'm going through the... Oh, damn it. That was not my intention. It might be a good game to play at, like, like, on my Saturday mornings and go through, like, a good portion of it. Right now, I have, I've never played Elder Scrolls Oblivion, so right now I'm playing the remaster, and that's going to be what I'm going to be playing Saturday morning, and we're going to try and get through a little bit of the main story quest, because I've been doing a lot of offline exploration and what have you. So, yeah. It's wild how Hazel can see all signs of her grandma being evil, like the eviction notices during Benji or the pig farm during Tom, and he's like, she can't be evil. Nah, she yeah, no, she very much is. I think the thing is she knows that she's evil, but she thinks she's, like, not evil in this realm, I think is her thoughts.
Laurent missed his mama so much he couldn't stand it. He went to fight the factory boss to tell him off, but his daddy tried to stop him. And when his daddy saw the death of Laurent's pain, that's when he got mad. The boss was always afraid of his workers. That's why he kept a gun in his office.
Jesus. Okay.
He didn't mean for it to go off. Probably.
Nah, he definitely meant for it to.
Didn't stop the bullet from punching through Daddy's skull, ending his life in a blink. With his daddy's blood dripping down his chin, Laurent couldn't hold his feelings in anymore. They burst through his skin like feathers. His anguish seemed to lift him up into the air. The terrified sawmill boss drove away as fast as his fine car would go. Laurent flew after him, carried aloft by currents of his own torment.
Oh my God. Laurent couldn't help it. That man orphaned him. I wonder if Mama knew Laurent's secret.
Maybe.
Laurent may be a lot of things, but he's not a monster. He told me it wasn't safe. He was trying to protect me back there.
I break my bones, I rend my skin.
Also, the music when you get to these moments is phenomenal. She did outright ignore Bunny's name on the eviction notice, with the game only showing you that it was an eviction notice, and the game glosses over the fact, oh, it was the pig farm. Oh, that's true. Fair point. Although, don't tell me any more about the game. I'll probably, like, pick up on stuff here and there. Because I'm already catching on to, like, the idea that... Because here's the thing, is that I don't think... Like, Bunny insinuated to Hazel that she was a Weaver, but I don't think Bunny actually is a Weaver. I think she wants... She's manipulating Hazel right now for stuff. I don't think she cares about Hazel helping out, you know, Laurent and as the Rougarou and such. She probably has some other motive, and she's just willing to, like, ride through, like, whatever Hazel's trying to do. Let's see. Let's see. And there's Laurent.
I didn't mean to upset you. I had no idea. Stop! It's me! It's Hazel! You don't have to let this consume you. I can help you.
Oh.
Man was the devil.
We don't gotta fight, LeBron.
He hurt me, all to make me a man. He laid the first brick, not me. Told me to square up my shoulders, boys, don't cry. Brick by tear stained brick, I saw my pain inside. My pa and my uncle got to a scream about the proper way to raise a boy still growing. Daddy was a strong man, my uncle's all ready. A fair fight, my pa could win, but uncle's gun get him in.
I wonder if there's a different technique I can do.
Don't
Alright.
do this, LeBron. Let me help.
Alright. Phase 2.
Please. Just look for the eyes.
Oh, too soon. Still trying to figure out his game. I'm going to... Even though I am near it, is not game of the year for you at the moment. Different people have different vibes and what have you, so... I know there's people that think that Monster Hunter Wilds would deserve, game of the year. I can definitely see arguments for Expedition 33, Monster Hunter Wilds. I imagine, like, even Doom, like, Dark Ages would have, like, something.
I rend my skin, bricks turn to dust, and rage floods in. It sears my soul, sets my veins aflame. Never hold just myself to blame. I break my bones, I rend my skin, bricks turn to dust.
Alright, so...
Sets my veins aflame. Never hold just myself to blame.
There we go. Alright.
Are you okay?
What happened? Where are we?
You got mad. I tried to revive you, but I think something went wrong.
No. This is me. This has been me longer than I care to remember.
It's barely aged.
I'm sorry. About what happened to you with your mom and dad.
My mama died. It broke me. But when that man came and took my daddy from me, I don't even remember it fully. Came to, covered in blood, haunted by what I had done.
I can't imagine going through all this alone.
Maybe this pain just festers in me. I try to keep it pushed down. I don't want to hurt nobody, especially you and Lace.
I mean, I remember her laughing a lot when you were around. She was happy then. I could tell.
She saw me too clear. I felt laid bare. Scared me.
Scared you.
Spent ages hiding this shame I hurt inside.
I really love this dialogue going off, but I just wanted to mention something with you with Iserator. Wild's cutting some of the stuff, like the tracking from Worlds. I think that's just from the case of Wilds was taking some inspiration from their mobile, sorry, not their mobile, but like their the handheld era. So from their PSP / Nintendo Switch like side of games, I think they were taking on from that side a little bit of getting into the combat faster. So a lot of people were way more interested in getting to the fights of the animals that they wanted to, the monsters in Monster Hunter, a lot quicker, and doing the tracking and collecting of resources and such didn't really... It didn't need to slow down the game like it was doing back in Worlds. I think it was an okay move to make. I can understand maybe not giving Monster Hunter Wilds the Game of the Year because it is very formulaic to the rest of Monster Hunter and is definitely one of those sanded down on the edges kind of thing. So I can totally understand that. Expeditions 33, I absolutely love the turn-based. Because there are moments, like, it does the opposite of Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. It's not a action game being thrown turn-based elements. It's the other way around. It's a turn-based thrown some action stuff. Like, because it still has so much of the turn-based being important, such as, you know, planning your moves out. So you've got, like, some magic users where it's like, oh, if you utilize these spells, it gives you resources that can be expended into these spells, doing these kinds of bonuses. You've got a melee user where, depending on the fight you use, it leaves them in a stance. You're a bit quiet. I'm right fucking here. It should be a pretty decent volume. Check your microphone check your volume level, Sir Dragon. But yeah, blah 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 blah. But yeah, with Expedition 33, they have all these turn-based elements for you to think clearly and think harder and what have you. And then to avoid the whole, like, oh, we're just waiting for the enemy to do their move on their side, even though it's AI, it can still take a minute for them to go through their turn order and such. The fact that they give you dodging, parrying, and jumps, I think was really clever to add in a turn-based, because it makes you engaged in the combat of the enemy as well. You're not just, you know, doing a numbers thing. Like, you could very well go through I got this achievement where I went through a boss fight taking no damage. And the way I accomplished that was because I figured out how to do the parrying. Because normally there's like there's both the wind up, like the little... There's the wind-up animation, but there's also, like, a note, like a sound effect that goes off to give you another indicator of, oh, you should probably hit the parry there. And I figured it out for some of the enemies, and I figured it out for this particular boss early enough that I was able to benefit from it and get myself an achievement for completing a boss level by taking no damage. And I was able to do that early in the game. So I imagine that there's going to be bosses later on in the game where I'm going to have an absolutely piss poor time trying to dodge. You love turn-based games, but you're not good at parrying in games, so you generally focus on dodging, but I can't hear very well. You can't parry very well, I'm guessing, or you can't hear me very well. But yeah, I think there is a thing where you can, like, you can set it as a setting because, again, it's a French game. It doesn't follow Japan and what have you. It can give you a difficulty change where it will just automatically, it can just automatically do the dodges for you, which I think is totally fine. You won't benefit from, you know, because the parries make it so that you can actually get the parries make it so that not only do you get, like, an action point, but if you do all the parries in a wave, then you get to do, like, a hit back to the enemy, which I think is very beneficial. I don't think the difficulty will let you get through all that, but it will at least let you do all the dodges to some degree. So then that way you only get hit with, like, the unavoidable attacks, really, where that one can only be done via jumps or parries. But yeah, also, hi there, Izzy. Welcome to the stream. We just fought a guy named Laurent, who turned into a Rougarou because of some pain and trauma he had from his mom dying and the doctors couldn't be paid because his father was only given, like, company scripts by the sawmill, and when his dad confronted the sawmill owner, he was shot and killed by the sawmill owner, in which case Laurent turned into a Rougarou and went after him and such, and now he's just, like, having all this pain. Oh, whoops, you forgot to actually say hi. Hi! You been here and you caught up. Nice. Awesome. But yeah.
Flaws and all, she still cared.
That's...
Felt like juggling broken glass. I was just so scared I was gonna mess things up. I just pushed her away.
I think that hurt her more.
I know.
He really needs a hug. He just... come on. Just...
Earlier, you came to ask me about Molly. What was that all about?
Oh, when the hurricane hit, the river took the house with Mama in it.
She all right?
I found her house, but I couldn't find her. And then I saw a ton of red yarn laying around. I was told that was Molly's doing.
She has, Lacey. She must be hurt.
Can you take me to Molly's lair?
But yeah, I just, oh,
Lacey,
I love the look of Hazel.
I'll take you as far as I can go. But I never managed to reach her lair.
Thanks, Ron. I appreciate you.
Aww. I love, like, this is an interesting design. I didn't, like, it's like some weird chicken. It's called a rougarou, which apparently is like a Cajun werewolf, someone explained to me earlier. No idea what they're supposed to look like. I love the look of this owl, though, this chicken owl thing.
Hazel asked Lerone about Molly's whereabouts.
Wild, the amount of people I've seen hating on Hazel's design. Fucking racists. That's the only thing I can think of, is like people just don't like Hazel because it's a black woman. And they're not having her, like, you know, go with... She's attractive! Like, the hair, this, like, ugh.
Back to his true self, but the guilt and shame would take its own sweet time to fade away. Once Laurent got himself together, he and Hazel headed for old Molly's lair. But Hazel felt uneasy.
Yeah,
even
like,
a giant creature like Laurent seemed unsure he could take her all the way.
Nah, you don't need to show me a... if you're talking about a stupid thing of, like, someone complaining about the design of Hazel's, I don't need to see it. But if it is something you do feel like sharing, check out my Discord. Yay, we finished Chapter 7. I got a little notification for it. Oh, yeah, that is definitely a witch's nose up there.
Just hold on, Mama.
But yeah, like, I just... Here's the thing. I am not... Like, I can understand so many people's annoyance with the, the hairstyle that we got from Killmonger or what have you. And, like, for whatever reason, like, you know, we're not giving people afros, and, you know, people... Like, some people complain that artists don't do black hairstyles very well. I don't know a lot of different hairstyles and what have you, but the hairstyle that Hazel got, like, love it. Here's also, putting out there my bias, I personally love redheads and long hair. Sure, some women look amazing with, like, pixie cuts and short hair, but... There's something about long, stylized hair that works for me. I very much love it.
Whoa!
Oop, hello. Alright, there we go, and... Oop, nice.
Thanks for the boost, guys.
There we go. I love it. I love her hair. Wilderness Search and Rescue Squad Delta 346. Out here looking for a Thomas Porter. Family said they were camping and he ran off into the woods. Fell off a cliff. Supposedly, the parents were unable to get to him. When we got to the location, all we found was a shoe and what looks like red yarn. Going to run a search grid in the surrounding area. Jackson.
I didn't even get to the backcountry this far.
There's just a convenient, like, highway just off to the side, and they were like, yeah, we just turned off at the off-ramp. What, you were taking the backwoods? Oop, hello, hang on. Whoop, whoop, and jump.
Oh, shit!
Whoop, okay. Avoid all that, avoid all that. To the right, to the left. Oh. This is a nice little added mechanic. Not too hard to navigate this. I like that the game introduces, like, these new little things. I do wish there was a little more, difficulty in some of the, like, the earlier mechanics we were given, such as the wall running, because it makes a point of telling us, hey, you can run up and down while wall running, and I was thinking, oh, you know, that would be kind of great. No, it's just a graph someone made that's hilariously terrible. But yeah, bedtime, have fun now. Not to worry, Eviscerator. Thank you so much for coming along. I appreciate it. Alright, and then... Ooh, what's this? Delta 346. We haven't seen signs of Thomas. Found some weird tracks heading towards Witch's Nose. Child's footprint next to something many footprinted. Never seen anything like it. Have a bad feeling. This doesn't feel natural. Jackson.
Stolen kid.
Yep. Sounds like we're going to be dealing with Molly, who's going to be very spider-like. So, probably not going to be great for the arachnophobes. The arachnophobes like me. You're back, was having a coffee? Not to worry, Nano Gamer. Welcome back. We're currently at Chapter 8. We're now in, like, the sort of the back country, and we're dealing with, you know, just going up this place, trying to get to the Witch's Nose Mountain. And we're picking up notes here and there. Delta 346. We were trying to cross a ravine. Fontaine fell, broke his leg, and shattered the sat phone. We stayed the night. Around 2 a.m., I heard something big outside his tent, but didn't pay it no mind. Next morning, he yelled for us. His leg was wrapped in that red yarn we found the other day and almost completely healed. We're getting out of here. This reeks of that old magic Grandma Hale used to speak of.
Red yarn. That's hugging Molly.
Okay, so the red yarn heals things. And then, from the sounds of it, abandoned children get picked up by hugging Molly. So maybe it's like a mix. Maybe it's a mix of things going on with, like, hugging Molly. Got it. Grabbing my lighter and lysine can. Something like that. Oop. Jump. Jump. Let's see how it goes. Huh. Cool, we can drop down. Yep, okay, cool. We're going in the direction for an optional thing. Nice work on the himbo rating there, Nano Gamer. 91 is a very high percentage. There we go.
Yeah, I can totally get used to this.
It's a good way to travel. God, this music!
Back down to earth.
Whee! This game is just, even, like, it's just fun to traverse through this game, honestly. It's a very linear experience, don't get me wrong, so it's a shame that it doesn't have, like, the same level of, like, craziness to, like, that open worlds can afford it, but maybe that's to its benefit. Maybe because of, like, the fact that it, like, we have a direction / a mission, it works out well for us. And then...
What else from the trailer?
What's this? Oh, dinosaurs!
Say about this.
Baby dino, boo-boo, bandages. Feels very Star Wars-esque. This game? Really?
Always bring a first aid kit. Wish I didn't have to. These kids need more than a band-aid can fix. Oh, something's gotta change.
Also, yeah, it is animating on 2s or 4s. I like that.
Someone outside the system.
Those poor kids. They should have had more than a colorful bandage to comfort them. Mama cared so much.
Oop. There we go. This is lovely.
Not so weak, but I was not that strong. The answers were there, you knew all along. 'Cause life is a fight to be won.
Are they gonna put me in a false sense of, like, lull right now? Is that what this game is doing? Trying to make me feel like this is just a regular camping trip or something? Ooh. Just before you enter into a fight, it's always fucking weird that they do that, where it's just like, whoom. I have no fucking idea what that is. Go. Is there another enemy to deal with? There we go. More health, and unravel this. And there we go. Alright, so we got that over there. Alright, what's up here? Hey, I level up. So, what part of this game makes you think it's, like, Star Wars-esque? Is it because of, like, the way it moves around?
This cave must lead to the mountain pass.
Delta 346 found a note in kid's handwriting said, "I'm safe and fixed. I don't want to go home, please. It's better here. Sorry about your leg," with a little heart. I don't know what to do. I think we're gonna call off the search. That's what my heart tells me. Hope this is right.
I can't believe they just left that kid out here.
Stories be telling, one secret they hide. For truth is not out there, truth is inside. We all are hurting under cruel sun. I'll keep trying, this fight will be won.
Thank goodness for the glowy things.
Almost there.
Your most recent game was Jedi Survivor? Yeah, I think you might be confusing, like, mechanical elements of Jedi Survivor that are found in other video games, honestly.
Hope this leads outside.
Because, yeah, like, the double jump and the glide is a very common feature in video games with traversal.
Laurent or Hazel as close to old Molly's lair as he could. But with her growing power, she soared into a gust of wind. Imagine that. As she got closer to the house on the hill, the hair on her neck stood up.
Are we already at chapter like 9?
She'd have to go through the haunted holler.
Or is it just giving me like more context like halfway through the chapter? Yeah, probably just giving me more context halfway through the chapter. Nope, it's giving me another chapter. Never mind. I thought the chapters would be going longer, but it looks like they're getting shorter. Alright. Through you go. Alright, we finished chapter 8.
Gotta be close.
Try not to die. Bunnies fighting! And then we got the deer over there.
What happened there? Could be tied to hugging Molly.
Perhaps.
I'm coming for you, Mama.
Oh, hello. I woke up the other night because I thought I heard someone's voice in the house. It's just me and my cat, Tux. I went out with my intruder's deterrent, and I swear I saw Tux's mouth moving. He was talking to some little guy. They both looked at me. I blinked, and the little guy was gone, but I saw his wee footprints. I need to lay off the cold medication, but also, watch your cats, y'all.
I knew cats talked if you weren't around.
Hey, look, another bear. It's just funny seeing, like, random animals of the woods just, like, out and about. Like, they're not trying to interact with me or anything like that. It's just, there's a bear on the other side.
Well, somebody's enjoying themselves over there.
Someone's having a smoking time.
Oh, hey. Whoa. Whoa, easy.
Can I help you, son?
Yeah. You know anything about that creepy old house up on the hill?
Well, sure do. Sure do. Yes, that was once the home of Hug and Molly, the nasty she-devil who plucked all the little children in this here holler right out their beds. Oh, yeah, pay them good and use their guts for galluses. Me, they call me Itchy. I'm the only schoolboy she ain't never took. Ain't been easy reaching my golden years out yonder, but this here holler's better than old none.
That's a nice story. You mind if I take a look around?
Oh, sure don't, sure don't. You can see every place old Molly terrorized and more. Now for the low, low price of $1.
You take debit?
How about one of them gewgaws?
Oh, no can do. Family heirloom. Maybe I could, I could write you a good review online.
I don't think he's online.
My payment at the pearly gates. Be sure you study them educating signposts I put up around the holler.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
It would be funny if there was a way to find $1 and pay him back.
Well, this place seen better days. You're not welcome here.
meaning to heal. I was meaning to... God damn, that was a trickier fight than normal. Alright. First piece of the story, let's go. This is gonna be either about Huggy Molly or Itchy back there.
Live in the hollow, calloused hands and hearts. Ever grown up itchy turned to treated children like nails or wheat in a hammer. His pappy, well, he did worse. Come night, Itchy dreamed about peculiar angels who'd enfold his aching body into their soft, heavy wings.
That's so heartbreaking. Itchy must have felt so alone.
That's our first piece. Let's see. Reduce the cooldown, deals increased damage. To inflict weave. Oh, hang on, before I forget. Thank you.
That red yarn. I'm on the right track.
True.
Oh, I'll clean you out.
Oh, that was a little bit better than last time. More about Itchy, I suppose.
One by one, Itchy's school friends changed. They talked about Miss Molly, that old recluse who nobody'd ever laid eyes on. But them brave enough to venture into her house on the hill came back with toys and treats and clothes that weren't hammered down. Itchy couldn't help but reckon about all the possibilities his old pappy'd beat him out of.
Oh, she must have been baiting them.
Was she, or was she just actually just being a kind woman? And then, you know...
How many folks in this holler failed these children?
Dear Miss Davis, thank you for your 10-page letter. We cannot investigate a citizen on suspicion alone. The 3 children you claim were abducted by Molly Radley were never reported missing, nor does the county clerk have any record of them. It is true, however, that some rural parents do not pay to register their children born at home. Please contact us if only you have evidence. Sincerely, Sheriff Thibodeau.
10 pages? Sounds like more than suspicion to me.
Dear Sheriff Thibault, do you believe me now? Every blessed child in the holler has now been taken, save one. I told you so. You could have stopped this, but no. You were too busy stuffing your face with donuts. I hope you're proud of yourself.
Not the type of thing you want to be right about. Definitely not minding her own business.
Not, absolutely not. I don't think... Nosy neighbor.
Looks like a nosy housewife, I guess.
Absolute. Ain't no way a housewife is just, you know, minding her own business and has 10 pages to complain about someone. Alright, Crouton, in you go! Do your thing, Crouton. Look at this silly little guy. Damn it! Alright. Round 2, Crouton. Ow, so close. Nice. Fun little collectible, fine by me.
They had nothing, and Molly was luring them in with false hope. That's just evil.
Remember about what you assume. You make an ass out of you and me.
Oh, let's see. How do I get in there? No power.
Look at this silly little crouton. Not heard of this game before, but it looks very pretty. It is lovely. Hi there, Tuneful Lizard. I hope you're having a wonderful... hope you're having a wonderful evening. It is a fantastic game. I am absolutely loving it. It is not a crazy open world game. It's a linear progression dealing with, like, trauma and all kinds of stuff. Alright. And the next little bit is...
Everyone called it an accident, but Itchy's eyes hung on a red yarn wrapped around the body. The morning prior, he'd swung by the house on the hill, but hadn't found the soul.
Huh.
Strings of red had led him to a crackling fire, where he'd spilled his secrets, even knows about his pappy. Today, the summer heat roasted his pappy on the concrete.
Red yarn. Just like the trailer.
Okay. South of Midnight is a lovely game. Also, Hazel Flood, the protagonist that we're playing as, I absolutely love her. I love her design. She looks so great.
I can't believe Molly killed Itchy's dad.
I can believe it. Itchy's dad was a bit of an asshole.
That's the factory over there. Nice drawing, Itchy.
It's a very...
Molly looks terrifying here. What does she want with those kids?
Alright, I reckon plot twist, she didn't want anything with them kids. Itchy just made a monster and blamed her for the death of his dad.
Surdragonx 88 demands you drink.
In a minute. Bam. Gotcha. Looks like Mama's selling fried chicken and some sweet tea. Oh my goodness. Hi there, Wild Saber. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. We're going through South of Midnight. It's pretty good stuff right now. We're learning more about Hug and Molly. A kid named Itchy was like beaten by their dad, and then as he grew older, he saw kids getting gifts from Molly, like toys and clothes and such, and then red yarn was like wrapped around his dad or something when he died, so now...
It was only natural Itchy would do what he'd been raised to do. He blamed himself. If only he hadn't spilled his guts to Miss Molly, maybe the man who hurt him could have found something to love him. He sought some divine absolution for his guilt. but someone else was listening.
Itchy shouldn't have had to bear that guilt. It ain't his fault.
Spider. So, knowing our luck, Huggy Molly is going to be this giant spider lady thing. Alright, we gotta get running. Run!
You were tenacious, little one.
This is my only option. I had to find her.
God damn, how far do I have to run? Alright, he's just a dark ball. I thought he was gonna be like some interesting looking thing, but no. Gotta avoid all them things. And there's the bottle tree. Made it. Alright. So that gets rid of some of the knots here.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. Itchy?
Yeah. We just met Itchy this episode, by the by.
Itchy. You know I can hear you, right?
Well, it's a right relief the tragical tale of Hug and Molly didn't scare the skin off your bones.
Oh, no. I love the tour. Just one question. Why didn't she take you?
Well, when old Molly came around and attacked my daddy, I put up the fight of my life and done won it too.
It's just I read once on this website. Didn't she kill your dad?
Everyone who comes here watches them damn true crime podcasts.
Wait. I came all this way to hear your story. The real story, Itchy. Come on.
What do you got for us, Itchy?
And the sorry suggins who lived in this here holler made them mountain peaks feel as snug as teeth on a bear trap. Something I come to realize about my school friends, they wanted to be took. Even by the devil's conjures. Some nights I still see him. Up that damn mountain. Figments of my imagination. And I do yell out, I wish Molly took me too. Could've, if I chose, but I didn't neighbor much with courage. Never could figure out how to fit all that on scraps of wood.
Itchy. You're just a kid.
Happen on any money, Summers?
What?
For the ticket?
I thought that we settled that already.
Wasting my time up here doing everything for free.
He's just like, you just giving shit for free.
Yeah.
Just you wait, that crow's gonna say something.
God. He's been up here alone ever since. Blaming himself.
Alright, let's get moving. There's more fight to go through. Was a bit tricky, but we got through that one. Damn youngins and their true crime broadcast, yeah. Alright, got more thingies. Let's spend the floof on that. Ah, okay, so that puts me back near the start after all that. Jump, jump.
This has gotta be it.
Yep, that's Molly's house. Alright, grab you. Anything else here? Oh, looks to be something. Go. Jink. Yeah, she's not barefoot. She's wearing shoes. Alright, is the advertisement? Advertisements. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Hang on a second. Bathroom break. Bathroom break. BRB. Just a really quick bathroom break, okay? I'll probably be back before the timer is up. No, Izzy. You should absolutely be... I hate how much pissing I have to do. Like... Damn it.
I did it.
Oh! I did it too! Alright, let's see what happens. I love it. I still hate the ball. Fuck that ball. Although it is kind of hilarious that it's just a dude in a zebra outfit getting hypnotized. It's just like, ooh, you are going to get into the furry fandom. Ooh, you are. All right, I'm back. Sexy art and make you look. You know what? I'm gonna put this into standing mode right now. And that, so we'll be standing up for a little bit. Get the blood. Standing, you're craving gumbo and jalabli. You mentioned that before. I have no idea what the second one is. I'm not very accustomed to Southern culture.
What Ichi said regarding Molly, the Hollow folk desired to pay her a visit. They'd always been afraid of the tales surrounding her eerie house on the hill. But instead of an old recluse, they found a monstrous creature. Terrorized, she fled from the house and holler, but not forever. Hug and Molly came back for the callous children, one by one enfolding their aching bodies into her soft, long arms. Except for Itchy, who had driven Miss Molly away.
She destroyed so many families. I won't let her destroy mine.
Oh. Did you get him?
What did she gain from taking those kids? From causing so much pain?
Miss Molly, where'd you go with the other children? Why'd you take them and not me? I don't get any friends left. Can you send them down to play sometime? Sincerely, Itchy.
Confusing for him. Poor kid.
Trash panda right there. Tea set and bears. Dear Miss Molly, I heard you got toys and food at your house. Could I please have some food? I don't mind for me, but the babies are hungry, and I don't know when Mom and Daddy get home from work next. I don't need toys, just food for the babies. For me, if you have extra. Love, Jane. P.S. Do not tell that Please do not tell I asked for charity. I would get whipped.
No one should have to beg for food, much less a child.
We're gonna deal with spiders, no doubt. Lacey Winston, Prospero Social Services. It is my immediate recommendation that Matt be transferred to a foster family. As soon as one is available, he suffers from malnutrition. He has not been to school in a month, and both of his parents suffer from addiction. He cannot thrive in this environment. I know the county is low on potential foster families, but a situation requires immediate attention.
I didn't know Mama came way out here.
Huh?
What was that? Sounds like it came from the mountain.
Alright. Jambalaya. There we go. Yeah, I don't have the means to upgrade any of that. Yeah. Ugh.
Where is she?
And that's a red tapestry.
What the? That looks like our house. And that's... Mama.
Okay.
What is all this? Wait.
This is a story on... A lot of details.
Hugging Molly? What are you doing? Hey, get off of her!
She was telling a story.
You did take her. Give me my mama back.
At least he's not like 100% spider, but it's very close. It's quite close.
Carrying a kid? I've got to stop her. Can't let her harm that kid. Who lives up here?
This is where all the kids were.
How many of you did she take?
Is it true that a lacy woman is coming? I never seen a woman made out of lace. I wonder if she's a giant spider too. I can't tell if the new kid is pulling my leg or not.
A woman made of lace. Is he talking about Mama? Was she helping him? Hey, this was mine. I remember putting it in the giveaway box. What's it doing here?
So yeah, yeah, I guess Lacey was helping him. Yeah, because look at that, there's a mural.
Mama? It's beautiful. But why is it here?
It's because hugging Molly was helping.
Can't make it across.
Glug, glub, 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 glug.
Alright, I'll have a sippies, Sir Dragon. Thank you, thank you. Here we go. Yeah. Hugging Molly just always wanted to help people, I think is the, I'm still very much convinced that the twist is hugging Molly was helping people. And Lacey, Flood, Hazel's mom, was like, you know, taking the kids off of her after, you know, help and what have you. There we go.
Huh. What are these for? Jeez, that's a big lighter. Probably need some gas.
There we go.
Oh, that's hot. Hot. Need to light that gas again.
There we go. Then climb back up. Oh, okay. So I need to find out where this slider is going.
That should work.
And then ding dong bam.
This is spooky.
Yep, lots of little people clothes. All kinds of kids and what have you. And a fucking skeleton and that fucking tarantula.
Deathfish would hate this place.
Oh yeah, he would. Alright, going back into sitting mode.
What in the world?
Fucking giant! Oh my god.
Gotta find a way to open that door.
Let's take a look around. At least we can pick up this thing again. Glad I didn't just jump off the side of that. Back up here we go.
Maybe that pulley up there can do the trick.
Gonna need the gas again. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. Alright, and then we've got Crouton going in, saving the day! You go, Crouton! Darn it. Crouton ain't too smart. Hi there, Make Us. Deep South Fantasy is a hell of a genre. Are you enjoying it? Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I am very much loving it. So we've now gotten into, like, Hugging Molly's cave or something, or rather. So now we're, like, trying to get the... Oops, hang on. Let's try not to get killed. There we go. So yeah, so right now we're chasing after Hugging Molly, which is like this giant, like, lace something or other. There we go. And then we pull that. Oh! That's not what we wanted to have happen, but...
I can squeeze through that gap.
Yeah. Here we go. Have you played this game before, Make Us? Ugh, this pickled pig and shit in here.
What the heck?
That doesn't sound good. What in the world? Alright, we're gonna ignore that. Nope, this is your first time seeing it. Okay, so we're already like 8 chapters in. This is chapter 9 right now. So I think we're making pretty decent progress. So yeah, so hugging Molly with like red string and such like that snatches up children that have gone missing. Oh, there's our mom. That there is
Mama, wake up.
Lacey Flood, our mom.
Please wake up. Please. Wake up, Mom. I'm sorry. I tried, Mama. I really tried. It was you. It was you!
What did you do to her? You're gonna regret that. I'm gonna stop. I hope it hurts. That's just a taste of what I can do. Come on! That's for my mom. I hope it hurts. Come on!
Oh. It's a gumbo nightmare. We'll get to the fantasy again, don't you worry.
Molly,
The water's rising.
white. Snatch you up if you go out at night.
Dun, dun,
Way down there and over yonder. Stay close to home and do not
Can't get away from me that easily.
dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Also, the album is just a fucking bop in this game.
I'm not done with you.
Dun, 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 dun.
You don't get to run away.
But yeah, I reckon the twist is Molly was actually helping our mom and such like that, but we're, you know, way too emotional to pick up on it. have, and all my abilities are back.
Right upside. You're done.
Alright. So that was phase 2. And water is leveled.
Water's getting higher.
Gotta get out. Come on. Run, Hazel!
You'll answer for what you did. I won't let you steal any more kids.
That
This isn't over. No more running.
Oh, come on. Darn it. Yes! Just in time.
Mama's locket?
It's dark. My lungs are burning, full of water and silt. Body breaking in 100 places.
Mama?
A flash of red. Sunrise breaking over the horizon, warming me like wildfire. Mending cracks. Molly doing what she's always done, but I never truly seen. Healing.
Yeah. Aww.
Molly was healing you?
You hurt Miss Molly. Lacey woman is gonna be mad at you.
Lacey woman?
She doesn't like mean people. That's why she brings us around Molly, to keep away from the meanies.
She brought you here?
I thought so.
The ones Mama said the system failed. Oh my gosh, she rescued you.
You kind of look like her. Except she's nice, and you're not.
Molly can save her. Molly, come back!
Great, now we're chasing the spider. Cool. Beanies and meanies.
I'm sorry, wait!
You're being bad. Stop it.
Molly!
I'll be real, I caught on to this thingy-majiggy, this twist, like, back at chapter 7, like, 2 chapters ago.
Come back! Please!
So I like that little system where it just uses, like, the right thumbstick to... Uses the right thumbstick to change, like, the elevation of your wall run. I like that. I can imagine games doing that more often.
Then.
What are you playing this on? Might have to jump into it. This is available on the Xbox Game Pass, so I'm playing it on PC for myself. I think it's available on Xbox and Sony, though.
Molly, I'm sorry. You were trying to tell me that you'd saved her, but I didn't understand. Maybe I can fix the... Bunny?
Careful, dear. That's a wild animal.
You're wrong. She helps people. What are you doing? Wait, no! She's a friend. She saved my mom. She's healing her.
Oh, I know. And now, she will save my daughter.
Oh, gosh.
Stop! 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 You're hurting her!
What the fuck is that?
What the hell is wrong with you?
Watch your toe.
She was only helping.
I have my own family to think of.
Family? Trey? Cherie?
Keep her name off your lips.
Kind of picked up.
She deserves the world.
She deserved peace. You could have asked Molly for help, you murderer.
Stupid girl. With this, I can give her life.
You used me.
I did. Why should I borrow when I can just take. You look so much like your mother. But you're just like my feckless son. A mistake.
Fuck you, Bunny.
When I was a little old sack fry, folks watched out for me. But besides Lacey, Hazel didn't have nobody like that. Not even her grandma. So naturally, I gave her a helping fin.
A helping fin, huh? Sure. But this part's better told by me. Free falling through the air like that? Betrayed. Scared. But still, I only had my mama on my mind. And I found her. Just to lose her again. Never really realized how much of Mama's world I didn't know about. Discovering she relied on hugging Molly to rescue abused children. I had it all wrong. Getting her back felt like an impossible dream. But I wouldn't give up on her. She never would.
That's a snapping turtle right there. Let me just...
Back again? What is this place?
Oh. So yeah, so last we saw her mom, Lacey, was in one of these cocoons.
Mama! I'm here! You found Mama? How did you...
Who is that? I haven't really been given much of a clue on who that man is yet. Like, I've seen, like, he was there, like, in the first stream.
What are you doing? Who are you?
Don't you remember me?
Wait. Your voice. The bottle tree. That fog chasing me.
Oh, that's no common foul. Meet me at Kushma's Cabaret. Your mother and I will be waiting for you.
What do you mean? Wait!
Oh my god, Crouton's just protecting us. He's just such sweetie. Alright, we're now back into the fantasy.
He's gone. She's gone and it's all my fault.
Hazel?
You again. I guess you came to gloat.
You feeling all right?
I got everything wrong.
Oh, don't be too hard on yourself. You're one of the finest weavers I ever laid eyes on.
Bet I'm the only one you know.
That don't change the fact that you're my favorite.
Aww. Catfish has a silver tongue.
What's that bit of shiny over there?
I had this dream. Mama was taken by this man. He had a galaxy in his right eye. He tossed this at me.
Hazel, you better watch yourself. That's Rue, the right-hand man of Kushma.
Kushma?
You never heard of Kushma? The king of dreams and nightmares? Story goes he feasts on dreamers who gets mementos from this Rue fella.
Well, if Rue's got my mama, I've got to try and find him.
Listen up. You don't just go strolling through the land of dreams and nightmares without him.
I've got everything I need right here. Where's my stuff?
Gal, you don't want to mess with this Rue fella.
It's not like we have a lot of options.
We gotta get out of this swamp fast.
Not until I find my spindles. Then I'm going to Kushma's one way or another.
I ain't got no time for arguing. Get your stuff back and I'll meet you when I find a safe way out.
I need to find my things and get the hell out of this place.
Thank goodness Crouton is still with us.
Mom's memories.
Shoe?
My track shoes.
Ooh, what's this? Oh yeah, Hazel ran track, by the by. Hence why she's able to just sprint for ages.
I had to miss Hazel's last track meet on account of taking on some extra work. Uniforms, spikes, travel fees are expensive. She loves to run. Says it feels like flying down the street. I just wish I could be there to see her.
You'll be there. You're gonna see everything I do. I'm gonna come get you, and we're gonna leave Kushma's place together. What was that?
Hopefully we don't get into a fight with our limited resources. Nah, it doesn't look like we will. Thank goodness.
Nope. Don't want to know. Gotta get to Kushma's.
Gotta find our stuff and get to Kushma's.
Flowers are out for blood here?
Of course they are. There's always a Venus flytrap in fantasy.
What you gotta say for yourself?
I'm sorry, Mahalia.
Tell that to your mother when I get you back to her safe and sound.
Mahalia! That's her name. The weaver I followed to get downriver. Seems so long ago now. Glimpsing Mahalia back when I thought catching up to Mama was just about running faster.
This bog got more twists and turns than a fun house. Found no way out yet. You?
Maybe. You ever heard of someone called Mahalia?
Mahalia, the last weaver? Stories go she had a settlement around here.
She's trying to tell me something. I'm gonna follow her.
Be careful. Not every ghost knows where they're going.
Oh no, this one seems to know a lot, so I'm gonna trust their instinct.
Gotta catch up to Mahalia. Okay. Still no more of my stuff, which isn't great.
Thankfully, they're giving me small fry that I'm familiar with before to fight, so not much panic there.
My spindles! They're close.
Got the Prospero family set up in the Wellesley old cabin. It's damp, filled with skeeters, but there's plenty of chain pickerel for every hungry mouth and nobody to tear our families apart. The townsfolk leave us be, accepting our logs and shingle work for cheap, and we never let a child stray too far into hunter territory. Hope's Crossing has been our refuge for 20-odd years. Here's to another 20 more.
We made it. I wonder if I'm close to the settlement.
Must be.
How'd that end up all the way over there?
Alrighty, Crouton. You do your best. Look at this silly little guy. DJ! Look at this silly little guy. He's just a little guy. Just a silly boy. I love how every time we go into these, whatsamahoozies, there's just all these, like, small, wild animals just... It's like a living room for them. Ah. And there's our spindle. There.
Feeling better now that I got one of my spindles back. Is this the way Mahalia went?
Folks have been resting easy since our new arrivals, all except for Sister Mary. Pain festers in the heart after living under the lash for so long. The rest of us make do, but Mary sleeps through the day and my root work can't wake her none. Sometimes I catch a dark fog licking at her blanket that scatters when I get my hooks ready. That smoke ain't a haunt, but it might be just a sour.
Sleep in dark fog? Out of the pan and into the fire, I guess.
Alrighty, and then jump, jump. And away we go. There
that was her again.
Alright, alright, alright. Such somber music. Oh, new fight.
Come on, I'm ready.
Bam. Where is the thing to unravel? It's supposed to be here somewhere. No, not here. Oh, I see. Okay. There we go. That does it.
My spindle is covered in stigma.
Hmm.
Do what you do.
In you go, crouton, my little breadstick.
Thanks, little guy. I'd be totally lost without you.
Alright. Another spindle.
That's the final piece. Rue, Kushma, whoever gets between me and Mama's gonna be sorry they ever crossed. What's that?
Aw, such hopeful music!
Feels like she's telling me that bonfire's my ticket out of here. And those fireflies. I don't know how this works, but she's never steered me wrong. I saw a bush earlier. Maybe it's this way.
Two of our best trappers have wed. The boy is a fool in love, and the girl is sweet as honeysuckle. They jump the broom, and we celebrate with a fire and song. I drank and played the bagpipes like an old loon. These are the makings of a good life. These moments, times get hard, problems grow like weeds, but the fruit is always worth the harvest. The land still ain't done with me yet.
They needed that. Shoot, I need that too. Not a party, just something to keep me going. I don't do bugs. It's your time to shine, crouton. They're flying into the bonfire? No way that's enough to light this whole thing up. Gotta collect more.
She greatly underestimates the power of fireflies in fantasy.
Thanks, little dude. Wait, is this the old settlement catfish merchant?
There's hunters nearby. Got a skittish. The little swamp boys I found doesn't cry like the others when those devils get to yelling. He's special. Ain't held a babe like him before. On nights when the hunters leave us be, I put him to sleep with an old lullaby sung up and down the bayou. One smile for him could melt even the coldest heart.
Hunters again? It's not fair. Mahalia lived here. Did she want me to find this place? Go ahead. Get those fireflies, you little weirdo.
There we go, crouton. Fireflies number 3.
Wish you could have caught fireflies for me when I was a kid.
Knew I was missing something. There we go. Wrong way! There we go. Health increased. That's what we want. Such wonderful music.
There's no way I can cross this gap. You have to go get these fireflies for me, Crouton. Be careful.
Look at this little guy. He's crazy. Onwards, Crouton! What, the fireflies? Or fire ants, sorry, not fireflies. There we go, there's the fireflies. Should fill up the bonfire at this point. And there we go.
All right. Go give them a shake and see if they like it. Come on, Mahalia. Give me something. A way out. Anything. You.
What?
You're not what I expected. That shout earlier, was that you? Oh, no, hey, my bad. I won't hurt you. I promise. Oh, this little dude? He's as small as you are big, ain't he? I don't have time to play with you. Come on, Crouton. We gotta go find Mama.
You're a long way from home, child. Remember, you'll always find your way if you keep those that walk with you in your heart.
You all right? Okay.
One game, honey. And then we get you sorted out, all right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Alrighty.
I can hear you giggling.
He's somewhere over here, I imagine. Oh, here he is. Oh, he's got like a little thingy-majiggy on his shoulder.
Hey, but you gotta stay quiet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I hope you found a good spot.
Oh. I heard him. Somewhere over in this direction. Over this way.
This is what Mahalia wants me to do, right? Help this monster out first?
Well, he's not a monster first and foremost.
There you are. You're already pretty big. But that giggling really gives you away. Last one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm coming.
Oh, I see him. Oh. Almost went the wrong way then. There you are.
Okay, that was the last one. No more. Do you know a way out of here?
Oh.
Didn't realize this was a thing you could do. Good to know.
Hope nothing bad happens to him. Because there's all this, like, there's like a red on his shoulder. And I'm hoping it's not like, you know, a knot.
Can't trust my own gut sometimes, but I can trust Mahalia.
Aw, it's like little toys for him.
Cozy. A little bit of nature, some knickknacks. Very bohemian.
Ooh, what's the,
Is that you and your mama? I'm trying so hard to get back to mine.
For a fortnight, I watched over the creature some will call a monster. He was already becoming something new by the time I plucked him from the petals of a flower cradle, sprouting leaves for hair, vines for veins, and wild grapes for eyes. Swaddle him as a mother would did nothing to slow the turn. I've been wrong many times in life, but losing this child to the old pain haunting the swamps hurts most of all my sins.
Is this about you? Mahalia. Oh, honey. No wonder she wants me to help you.
Oh, okay. Wait, hang on. Inspect.
Is this where you sleep? Can't lie. Looks pretty comfy. Toys can only go so far to make a kid feel less alone out here. Okay, let's find a way to help you. Mahalia said to keep those who walk with and behind me in mind. Nap time, huh? Don't worry, honey. I'll be here when you wake up.
I guess we're going to sleep somewhere? Oh, yeah, we are.
So then I crossed paths with this fella, Rue, who told me to track him and my mama down at Kushma's Cabaret. Catfish wasn't thrilled, cautioning that it was too risky, but it was my only lead. While I gathered my spindles, I was guided by a weaver from the past, Mahalia. Then I stumbled upon a gentle creature named Honey. He seemed to be in a bind, so I felt the urge to lend a hand. But in these swamps, the air was thick with ancient secrets. I had to push through to find my way out and reach my ma at Kushma's Cabaret.
Chapter 11. No, that don't sound good.
So that wasn't you? Right. You don't talk. So what was that?
I'm guessing the owl is going to give us a direction.
Hey! Wait up! I don't think that's safe. Wait.
What is that, merfolk?
She's huge. How am I gonna handle two creatures at once? Okay, why are you running towards the screen?
Nope, there he is. There's Honey. And then... Oh, thank you, Honey.
Something over there you want me to see?
There we go.
Stigma. That boat's covered in it. Wait somewhere safe, okay? I need to clear the way. Honey, you gotta listen to me.
Oh, now I gotta do it again, don't I? Yeah, I'm gonna have to do all that again. You have no idea how giddy you are over this? Aw. I am honestly I am just enthralled in this, and like I just accidentally am putting on the accent anytime I read some of this stuff because I'm just so just into it. There we go. Especially this section of the game. Oh, the boathouse. Or it's not really a boathouse. It's more of a what do you call that boat with like the whole like, you know, watermill kind of rear axle thing.
Hey, go hide again. It's not safe yet. I always find you, don't I?
She's right. we go. Another upgrade. Inflicts increased damage across the water area and weaves impacted for a short period of time. Yeah. 100, 125.
This was one of those old-timey pleasure boats I wouldn't have been allowed on. Unless it was to scrub toilets. Where's that knot?
Good question. There you are. Paddle boat. Thank you, Izzy. I am... Look, sometimes I'm not perfect with words. Some people think I have a thesaurus in me, and other times I miss out on very fundamental words, like a paddle boat. So yeah. Absolutely love Hazel.
Oh, I remember now. This boat disappeared over a century ago.
Oh, hello. Course, beef, pork, chicken, or venison. Gravy sauce, chili sauce, ketchup sauce. Corned beef, ham, codfish, butter sauce, or rain egg sauce. Side dishes include a breast of mutton with smothered, pork ragout with onion sauce, braised lamb with herb, calf head a la mode, beef heart with gravy sauce. Relishes include pickles, cold slaw, and horseradish. Visit the bar for Madeira, sherry, claret, port, malt liquor, and champagne varieties. Gentlemen ordering wine from the bar without specifying price or kind will be furnished with Madeira at $2 per bottle.
Calf head a la mode? Ugh. They were having a good old time while the workers suffered in ways no one likes to think about. Keep those who walk with you and behind you in mind.
More fighting.
I'm ready.
Bonk. Alright, let's see what the story is. Tell us what trauma has befallen upon the paddle boat.
When Iotunde caught wind of whispers about the thriving, freed settlement in the swamps nearby, hope bloomed in her heart.
Oh.
She dreamed of a better future for her son than what waited them upriver. So when Bella Prospero drifted closer to the swampy shores, Iotunde risked everything.
Oh my God. Oh. No, she must have made it to the riverbank. It didn't end like this for her.
Okay.
The pattern
daughter needs my help too. I can help her and Honey. I think I've got to.
I wonder if Honey is the woman's like son or something. Uh-oh. There she is.
What the hell? We gotta get out of here. You won't be safe for her flinging mud bombs around. Is she trying to find something?
She's probably trying to find her child.
You made it! Hey, mind helping me get over there?
Not yet. Not yet.
There we go. Thanks.
All right, throwing crouton. Oops. Here we go. In you go, crouton. Ah, it's just for some nice freebie. Okay, fine. Fine. Alright, keep your secrets. Okay, I wasn't gonna start doing a seesaw action. I thought I was gonna start doing a seesaw action.
Let's clean this up.
Oh, you done screwed up. Get a little bit of health back, thank you.
Did she make it all the way here?
Go. We are gonna need that health. Thank you for the heals. Alright, next piece of trauma.
Ayotunde plunged into the unknown for the sake of her baby. But upon shore, she was pursued by the crew and stumbled in the darkness. With her heart pounding, she bit back the urge to cry out to him, gritting her teeth raw to seal her sob. If caught, no one will save her baby.
That's her haunting these swamps. can't imagine her pain.
Trying to find her baby, which is most likely Honey. I reckon the baby is Honey at this point. Alright, and here you go. Let's see, what can you find? The frogs just mind their own business, I see. Excellent. There we go, there we go, there we go. Yeah.
That's where she hid. Rumors and the hope for a better life were all she had.
Oh, hello. What's this? Spent an age out here with only cricket songs for company, toiling over how to fix what I'd done. That boy, that sweet creature all alone, waiting for someone to peel back the moss and free the babe beneath. Never did figure out how to save that poor child. There aren't enough creatures I can heal on this earth to make my penance.
That's too raw. Feels like the first time I saw Mama cry. Don't worry, big guy. We're gonna figure this all out together.
Always worth taking detours in linear games like these because you always get rewarded. Yeah. By the way, Grant, this is the Mama Will Be There section. It's why you're so excited. Oh. Yep. I've already made my predictions.
You got my attention.
Hi there, Pink Loop. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. You're familiar with, like, all the South of Midnight, like, mythos and what have you. I had to deal with a Rookaroo, which looked like a owl chicken. Best way I could describe it.
To find her lost baby. Gripped by despair, she hummed a lullaby softly, hoping against hope for her baby's giggles to pierce the icy air. But that swamp, it just kept stretching on and on.
The design was honestly fire. Nice, nice.
Flickered into view. right beside his tiny mud-streaked blanket.
Ayatunde lost her baby and Mahalia found honey. That's no coincidence.
Yep, it's not. It's definitely not a coincidence. Let's go find that last piece of trauma and bring mother and child back together. Can we get a if one of my moderators is in the chat, can we please get a shout out for Pink Loop, please? Yep.
Dude, my legs are shorter than yours. Wait up.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Shit.
All right. Get moving, get moving, get moving, get moving, get moving, get moving. Okay, that was a cheap shot.
Little help, big guy? Hang back, honey. I need to check out the rest of the boat.
She must have had something to do with the crash.
Most likely caused it trying to find her baby. Good folk known to care for a wounded heart before it has need of a weaver, and great folk can mend what a weaver can't. That is what the false stitcher who sought to steal my gifts couldn't understand. We weavers don't bend the great tapestry to our will. We weave only to mend its tears. But we can't use our gifts to mend our own wounds. We must rely on the kindness of others for that.
False stitcher. There's so much about all this that I don't get yet.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're talking about Bunny Flood in that little scenario there. Because, you know, she lost her child out like in a drowning or something like that, and she blames her son for it a little bit. And she probably like went through the Weaver to try and, you know, force them to bring her daughter back, and it's like, that's not the point of the Weavers.
Now, how am I supposed to get this thing running?
Well, let me go get Crouton to help us. Here you go, little guy.
Do your thing.
Alright, unravel. Best boy. Alright, there you go. There's Pink Loop. Shout out. Alright, we go this way. And up we go.
I can't believe this still works.
Okay, bottle's almost full. Just a bit more, and then I figure out this tangle.
That wailing. It's got to stop. Between my hardest working deckhand sneaking off to follow that uppity devil woman Mahalia and my prettiest parlor girls jumping up overboard to escape that monster's wailing, I'll have no crew left to service my beautiful, beautiful belle. I poured my life savings into this boat, and I'll die here with blood pouring from my ears before I abandon her to the riverbed. They can't have her. She's mine. No one can sink my best girl.
Uppity devil woman?
Let's see, Crouton, first we, use it to...
I wonder if he was captain enough to go down with his ship in the end.
Probably not. Alright, up here we go.
Normal feeding on pain for y'all.
not doing too hot. Bam.
So close to making everything right.
Combat is probably the weakest part of it, but that is fine. The story carries it, the design carries it, Hazel carries it. It does really well in a lot of other things.
But there was no baby left to be found. Not anymore. And the wail of grief that echoed through the swamp was so raw and monstrous that the captain ran the boat aground in his panic.
Sometimes I feel like I could tear the world apart too.
And there's the boat.
I believe it's time we met vis-a-vis Hazel Flood.
Nope.
Let's.
See you soon.
Wonder why he chases us. Aw, yay, the tunnel! Here we go, here we go. Whoop, whoop. Up. There we go. Okay, I almost missed that entirely because I thought we were going right past it. Oh, yep, this is the right way, this is the right way. Where the fuck is that bottle tree? There you are. I just see you across the way there. Come on. Sprint! You're gonna learn who's chasing. Yeah, it's Rue, the right hand of the something or rather, the Lord of Dreams and Nightmares or something. I'm just wondering why he's chasing us. Cause yeah, like we didn't know who he was like before this chapter.
Shit! She's here too!
Oop. Let's try and avoid all the... Yeah, she ain't doing too hot. Ding, dong, dong, ding, dong. There's the trauma. Alright, let's get through the knot.
Hang on, Ayatunde.
So yeah, so there's the loom of the world.
They never gave up searching for her baby. And the search changed her. She didn't know this was a magical swamp, or that a giant flower had sheltered her baby and kept him safe. The crew in their last moments were stunned to see this monstrous creature.
The merfolk design is fucking amazing.
Like an angel of vengeance. She went so deep into her grief she couldn't see the light in the darkness. Another peculiar lantern, searching for her, offering hope. Ayotunde never did find her lost baby.
She never stopped looking. All this time, though. She never gave up.
Mm-hmm.
You may not know me.
I was right. You are the baby Ayotunde lost when she escaped.
But Mama,
you're just trying to reach your mom, aren't you?
When the river takes, the river gives, and Mama will search as long as she lives.
Wah.
Hey, wait! It still might be dangerous.
Damn it. There she is.
Stay put. She might not recognize you. Let me protect you.
Mama will be there in the morning. Mama will be there in the morning.
There we go.
Me next. Me and Mama next.
There we go.
Mahalia! Finally catching up to you. Did I do okay? Her lantern.
Oh, fireflies. It's a terrible day for rain.
Does the lantern summon you?
You should be so lucky.
Who's that?
Oh, no.
For real, who is that?
Shaking Bones. He runs this here operation, ferrying desperate folks to places unknown.
Places unknown, huh? He could take me where Rue is holding my mama.
Riding with Shaking Bones to reach Kushman's realm? No way.
At least I found my way out of here.
I tried to warn you before. Kushman's domain ain't no joke. Folks at the end of their rope wind up stuck in a place they can't claw their way out of. Searching for salvation, finding only suffering.
I appreciate you, but I've come this far. I gotta see this through.
Hello, hello. Very much like Chiron, the man who, you know, shepherds souls. Hey, look, a possum.
You might not come back.
Aw, you gonna miss me, ain't you?
I'm just upset I can't follow. You know how much I love seeing a good story play out?
'Cause you're so damn nosy.
Gotta head to work now. Glad to see you're enjoying the game. Very much so. I'm pretty sure I'm like 3 or 4 chapters away from like the end. So, because the achievements were like, you know, complete chapter 1, 2, 3, da 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 da. It got to chapter 16 and then it goes completed game. So, like right now it's 9:30. So it's taking me, and I started at like halfway through or at the start of chapter 7.
To even imagine.
So I've been able to get through 7 chapters in about 3.5 hours.
Back to her.
And I just need to do like 3 more, so I can probably get it done in an hour and a half.
Holding him close. Envy washed over me like a wave. I was yearning to see my mama again.
2 or 3 is a good guess, I think. Thankfully, each chapter isn't super long. Yeah, it's not super long, which is good.
In a one-way trip to a spot our fish pal wouldn't even consider swimming.
No one is telling, bitter or sweet. Now, what's more compelling? Oh, follow the river, follow the river.
All right, so I'm at I thought I was at like 13 or something like that, but it looks like I'm at chapter 12. So, yeah, no, I've only gone through 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So yeah, I've only gone through like 5 chapters in like 3.5 hours. So it's probably still gonna take me like another stream to get to the end of this, though. But we're gonna keep on going. We're gonna keep on going. I've got like another half hour, so.
Which way do I go? Hey, wait! Which way to Kushma's?
Ugh.
Fine, I'll figure it out on my own. How do I get to Kushma's from here?
Let's see if this is a quick chapter.
What's that over there? Crossroad. Okay. Where to now?
I can see the wagon. I came to the crossroads, found the true path, but now that I'm here, something in my gut is hesitant. I miss her so much, but I don't think she'd want this for me. She said live a full life without her. How can I live fully when she no longer walks the earth? She was my everything. I can still go back, I think. I don't know how long I've been here. I sit and ponder. I sit and dream. Such odd dreams. I can hear her calling to me, promising things, crying and begging to see me. Said she can feel me so close. Don't I love her? Why don't I step through the door?
She's following someone she loved too.
Town of the Tapestry, Wainwright, Kushima, something river.
Ah, okay. I see.
Prospero, Alla, Obella. No, I do not. I guess we're following the river? Nope.
I can't see shit.
Yep.
I don't think this is it.
Maybe it's this way?
Back to where I started? But something seems different.
Yep.
Looks like I'm on the right path.
Town on the Tapestry. Sounds about right.
This is new. Rue the Magician. Well, going on in.
Oh, hello. Oh.
Bigger on the inside.
Like a TARDIS.
Hello? Anyone here?
Jesus, just how big is this place? Agatha Leonetti fell asleep while smoking a cigar, burned her house down with her family inside, escaped the fire because the gramophone started skipping and woke her.
God, that's awful. The survivor's guilt.
Paul Tiller poisoned his great aunt hoping for her inheritance, but her money was long gone. She merely enjoyed spending time with her only nephew.
Greedy bastard.
Trudy Moreau failed to catch her toddler's daughter before she pedaled into the street. Can no longer abide the sound of a ringing bell.
Oh, no.
My goodness, there is a lot of morbid ways people have died.
Where's that coming from?
I can sense all-consuming despair near, like a fire roving across dried plains. I can taste it, bitter and dank, unfulfilling. I've seen their regret-filled dreams, walked their halls of painful memories. They will come to seek the grand tapestry soon. Of that, I'm sure.
So, he can sense pain?
Ian Gerg, afflicted with a bottomless hunger, dreams of unfettered access to the refrigerator his parents kept locked most hours of the day.
Poor kid. That's my stuff. What's all of this doing here?
Oh my god, we have a
Hello?
I thought we were in the 90s.
Hello, Mama? Are you okay?
Oh, she's fine and fully healed.
You. Where is she? And you best not have.
Believe it or not, Hazel Flood, I got your best interest in mind. Meet me at Kushma's Cabaret. I got a proposition that's right up your alley.
Kushma's Cabaret.
Now hold on now. You're gonna have to conjure up something different than what you wearing. That ain't you.
How did you... Listen, I have more important...
I don't make the rules. If you ready, you'll claim what's yours.
Hello? Hello? Claim was mine. Yeah?
Oh.
Not too shabby if I do say so myself.
Pretty cool looking.
Okay.
It's 2 or 3 I wasn't able to see this. How would you know what is and isn't her? Talking about true crime podcasts and online reviews earlier with Itchy, so definitely not the case then.
Whoa. This is wild. Holy shit.
It's like a boardwalk.
Unreal. All these strands?
All of them leading there. Vaudeville.
Kinda creepy.
Mm-hmm.
This is where Hanks come from?
Sipping Time sponsored by Servergonks88.
way to the cabaret? Hello? He looks like he's bleeding?
Joe Goodfellow, 74, Mud Correctional Center, Kentucky, yearns for the lover who never visits. 50-odd years since I killed your snake husband dead. My darling, only 10 more till we can be together. You'll keep waiting for me, won't you? Deluded old man. She never loved you, and you'll never see her again. You took a life for nothing.
You killed someone, so why are you here?
He's hollow inside. My words bounce off his cold, empty skin like an echo. He smiles and his teeth tremble and shake. He blinks and I can see the emptiness behind those beautiful eyes. His hands feel stiff when I hold it. I can stomach these things. At least here, he loves me still.
Another one chasing the impossible.
Thank you for the self-care, by the by, Sir Dragon. I appreciate it.
With the 11-month tier 1 sub.
Hi there, Coach. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing all right. Welcome, welcome. I'm just going through south of Midnight. You missed out on some trash pandas. They've been around. How is your morning going? Thank you so much for subscribing. You're currently on a 4-month streak.
Can you hear me? Might as well be invisible.
Hello. Right now, we're just exploring. You're so tired, but it's the morning! You just woke up, right? Right? Bam. 30 minutes ago you woke up. Okay, so still tired. This is a wonderful game, by the by, Coach. I am like 11 chapters in right now, and it is a lot of fun, and I'm probably like past the 2/3 mark. So I've got like another like 5 missions to go or something. Right now I'm like running through like some dream and nightmare dimension.
I'm trying to get to Kushma's. Alright then. I'll just be on my way.
So yeah.
She keeps bowing to no one.
In vaudeville.
There's the cabaret. But the easy
There we go.
blocked off.
Kushmaz.
Looks like the tower would get me there though.
Just need to...
I'm gonna have to climb it first.
Yeah. It's not gonna be impossible. There we go.
Feels like I'm being messy.
Score. I'd cry for the man if he didn't do what he did. Yeah, he killed a man for a woman. There we go. Alright. So it clears up all that knottedness. And we go, and in the clock tower we go. Let's try and get through this puzzle.
Gotta climb up this thing.
Not impossible.
Just gotta keep going up.
There we go. The gears grind, the hands spin, time starts and starts again. I dream, I fret, he tastes my regret, and it starts and starts again.
Taste regret. feeding on them?
Yeah. Excuse me. I try it once, I try it twice. Seems my best will never suffice. I beg, I plead, I never succeed. My best has never sufficed.
Just a rat on a wheel. Getting closer.
Oh, I see. Oh. God damn it. I know what it wants me to do now. Now I have to get all the way back up there. I thought I could, like, drop and jump at the same time. Okay, I gotta hop on to work. You take it easy, Grant. Not to worry. Thank you so much for dropping by, Cat Coach, and thank you so much for the resub. I greatly appreciate it. You don't have to deal with any of the advertisements that pop up. Nope, not that way. There we go. Rock and roll. Made it. Was kind of worried I wasn't gonna make that one. Question is, though, did he do it out of delusion, or was it tricked, or was he tricked into doing it? I reckon delusion. More often than not, like, someone has made the trope where, like, the 3 things that a man will, like, force themselves to do something will either be for a child, a woman, like, a family, a woman, or a pet. Like, it's always those 3 things. It's very rarely, like, outside of those. So, yeah, and I reckon it was most certainly a delusion that, you know, if he killed the father, that the you know, the woman would go with him. I reckon that's not the case. Because, also, that's just terrible dating advice. There we go. Oh. Before I forget. That's why they put that there. And we are at the top.
I'm headed up to here with y'all.
Score!
Off to the cabaret and one step closer to Ma.
Alright.
Come on to the slickest only show in town.
Perfect timing.
Kushma's Cabaret is about to start. Please take your seat.
She's walking so stiffly. I thought she'd walk with a little more elegance, but she's just like... Alright, let's have a look, let's have a look.
Mama?
It's time for Kushma's Cabaret.
You again.
Come to the stage, my dear. See,
He's so tall.
I'd rule things I didn't do. I'd chew on every little wrong. Guilt from crimes was too strong. At night I'd lie awake in bed and ponder what I should have said. Regret would dog me all life long. All I did just felt so wrong until Kushma came along. Dreammaker, kingmaker, Lord of bargain chance. Spin the wheel and make a wish. There's no payment in advance. Kushma master, power vaster. No one comes close to him. All are welcome to stay forever. Time to sink or swim. So, what's on offer with this proffer? Choose an ending, you're the author. Old mistakes become successes. Your choices, he obsesses until my game.
There isn't a good way for me to do clapping and do the hand tracking for clapping.
I'll just ask you for a favor later.
What favor is he asking?
This will take me to her?
She's waiting for you.
This better work. lost in the thickest fog I've ever seen. And the pressure to get to Kushma's Cabaret to find my ma was suffocating. Like the weight of the world bearing down on my shoulders. When I stepped into the cabaret, Rue greeted me. And I felt myself getting caught up in the moment. Here, time seemed to dance to Rue's tune, flowing both forward and backward. After agreeing to his terms, I crossed the threshold and found myself right back where I started. They say you can't mend the past. Well, I was about to put that to the test.
Okay.
I'm back. Wait!
How?
There's still time! Mama! We gotta go! Ma? You there? She's not home yet. There's still time. I should pack my stuff right away. All my stuff's packed. I should get some of Mama's stuff for her.
Okay.
Whew, it is really picking up out there.
Mama? I missed you.
I've only been gone for a few hours. You feeling okay?
Yeah. Now that you're safe. What? Mama, we gotta go.
Well, I gotta pack my things. Why don't you check on Bo and Mrs. Pearl while I finish up?
We ain't got time to waste, Ma.
Waste?
Do not.
Time.
That's not what I meant.
Please.
Do not break the mug.
Check on Bo and Mrs. Pearl. They might need help.
Fine, but we gotta go ASAP. I packed my bags and yours already.
Well, look at you. Following instructions and a little extra.
Ma, be quick. And don't leave your car.
Something's up about this past.
And we're getting the hell out of here. Bo and Miss Pearl will be alright. Bo, you in there? You'll be alright.
This past isn't the normal past. This is something else.
Miss Pearl? You okay? I'm sorry. We gotta go. Stay safe.
This isn't right. Something's...
Alright, that's all cleared. Just gotta grab Ma and get out of here. Something's off here. I've seen this fog before.
We've never left.
Mama, let's go! I'm getting the car ready.
We've never...
Get out of here.
We've never left the cabaret or the crossroads.
Mama! No, Mama! Mama! I'm sorry. I wasn't fast enough. I tried.
That's not how this happened. That's not how this went.
This is not real. She's not here.
Nice. I'm glad we're not, like, explicitly looping through this.
You know, you something else. Few willingly enter my town, but no one ever breaks through my illusion.
You tricked me.
I like you, Hazel Flood. You got vim and vigor, a certain je ne sais quoi. Unfortunately, you will never be fast enough to defeat him.
I'm fast enough to beat your fog to the bottle tree.
Oh, that fog just Kushma's hunger.
So, those stories about you finding dreamers for Kushma, those are real?
This town don't run on empty illusions. Kushma needs powerful nightmares in order to sustain its magic. And I find the most potent ones.
Why did you bring me here?
I've been hunting a creature killer. A dreamer powerful enough to tame Kushma's hunger. But I can't do it alone. You showed potential, so I brought you here.
And why should I trust the words you say? You promised I would see my ma again.
No, she's here as promised. She's been reaching out. Ever since Molly used her magic to seal her wounds, but...
So that was her?
She's in this realm somewhere. Trapped in a loop of despair. A nightmare.
I need to find her.
Wait, now wait. Kushma's hunger.
This is a man who's... This is a man that's just like, you know, he barely has any fun time on his own. I just love that whole, he has like a fucking monologue ready and she's like, I gotta go. He's like, wait, I prepared this. Let me finish.
Have limits, Hazel Flood.
I can handle him.
You managed to break through my illusion, and that's an impressive feat, but make no mistake, no one defeats Kushma.
I'm not leaving without her. I will fight for her. I will stop when I'm dead. She would.
It's too late. He already found you. Find your mama and wake her up. It's your only chance.
Say less.
Guy just wants to be the show and she's like, nah, man, I don't got time for this.
I can beat you.
So yeah, I reckon he just doesn't get to talk to a lot of people. They're all stuck in this like loop of an illusion. And if he tries to talk to them outside of the loop, then it breaks the illusion. It's like, well, I'm not gonna fuck up my job. And then finally Lucy comes along and it's just like, yo, oh, this is wicked. Let me tell you some fun stuff. And she's like, not interested. And he's like, wait. I had a whole speech prepared. Alrighty, let's go. All this power, and it's still not enough. Whoa, wow, they were really on the nose, weren't they?
I am good enough.
Alright.
Are you, Ma? Gotta be nearby.
Alright. Oh, I'm guessing that's Kushma. There we go. Let's avoid all that.
Please Leave me alone! Where is she?
Don't mind me. Hi there, Renee, Zach. For some reason, sometimes videos play, sometimes videos don't. I do not understand why.
I can dip into here. Thank God. Can't follow me here. Gotta get to that door. Another stage. Who did you make suffer here? You won't do that to me.
One in the hand is worth two in the bush.
You're trying to get under my skin. Well, it won't work.
There we go.
That's so many doors. So many people. Freaking job.
He does have a job. That's homophobic? Wait, what's homophobic? I was like, are you talking about like the one in the hand is better than two in the bush or something?
Not gonna stop.
Oh, you not getting a sound clip. I don't know why. Sometimes, because it's done that sometimes where, like, you know, it should do like a little, oh, you died thingamadiggy in the past, and sometimes it doesn't do that. And I'm not 100% certain, like, why OBS does and doesn't do it. So, yeah. Oh, okay, hang on. But yeah, besides that, how is your evening going, Renee, Zach? Or is it like early morning for you now? Here we go, here we go, and... oh.
Another door.
In here we go.
Another set to torment.
Wrongful death insect spray. When guilt demands blood. Blood-curdling terror.
I know I was wrong. I messed up. I'm sorry.
She's waiting for her little girl. You're her torment and her only hope of escape. Her heart has broken hundreds of times waiting for you to find her.
Don't fucking tease me, asshole. She loves me, and I'm gonna find her.
Oh, there we go. Everything she did for you.
You fucking bastard!
They're being really on the fucking nose right now, aren't they? Me having to explain to someone in Z's chat that not everyone in on the joke and you can't just start picking fights with people in chat. Fair enough, I'm not in on that joke either. Brand spanking new Rue track shoes when you need the one step ahead of the flood.
No. I will save her. Go, Crouton!
Alright, Crouton, go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Run, my ugly little invention. Run, ya patchwork baby. Score! I wonder if this isn't the illusion. Who knows?
There we go. I hope Mama's okay.
Ah! Run. Jump.
I can do this all day.
Yeah, I know. I can do it all day too, because I'm the one that's controlling you.
Yo,
Such fucking good music. Let's go! I am amped up. What's the plot? Oh, we're trying to save our mom from a flood. And there's like, you know, the tapestry of fate in the deep south, and we're a reaver. Anytime there's trauma, it creates knots in the tapestry, so we're trying to undo that here and there.
That looks like our living room. Ma! There she is. Mama! You all right? Ma, can you hear me?
Oh no. Oh God. Hazel. Hazel, please, it isn't safe.
Ma, I'm right here.
Hazel, you cannot make that jump. Hazel! No.
Mama?
So yeah, so right now, her mom is trapped in like a thingy-majiggy of despair.
I love you, Ma. This ends now.
I'll wait for the advertisement to be done then. So, also, I'll just have a double check and see who is doing what, because it is getting quote-unquote close to the end of the stream that I can afford to do, because I've got work the next day. So, at one point or another, I am going to need to blah 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 blah. At one point or another, I am going to need to have a look and see who is online and who we are going to raid. Because otherwise, then there's going to be just, you know, a little bit of a problem going through all that. So, because I can't stay up all night. I can't. I've got work the next day, and I do not want to ruin my sleep, especially with, like, you know, trying to, like, reduce my weight and such. Enjoying my late dinner after spending the whole day playing workers and resources trying to set up oil rigs. I saw you playing the Soviet City Builder on Discord. It was tempting to, like, say hi, how goes the City Builder, but I didn't want to, like, you know, break your concentration or anything like that. So hopefully you had a wonderful time. Ding, dong, ding, dong, ding, dong. All right, are we out of advertisement now? I think we're out of advertisement now. I wouldn't have noticed the message anyway. Fair enough.
You can't keep her here forever.
Uh-oh. Okay, so defeating the thingamadiggies will give me Kushma. Oh, Jesus. There we go. Phase 1 done.
Hazel?
I'm here. Ma. It's me.
You're alive.
Yes.
None of that was real. I'll be okay. I'm okay.
I thought you were... Where are we? Hey, wait. You look different.
There's been a lot that's been going on.
That's impossible.
As impossible as you asking Huggin' Molly to help find kids in need?
How did you know?
I'll explain later. Right now, I need your help. I can't do this alone. I need you to trust me.
What do you need me to do?
Whatever you do, hold on to this bottle.
I got your back, bud.
Keep that bottle steady. I got the rest.
God, watch over her.
Go. That's phase 2. Oh, there's 4 phases I need to go through.
Hazel, look out!
Gonna need some heals after that. Alright, that's the third phase done. Got one more phase to go through. Okay, I thought I'm jumping! Is it not the jump?
Think I got this far just to stop now?
Oh, another raid! This time by Valkyrie Nixia. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing all right. Welcome, welcome everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I am fighting for my life right now.
Hello.
Hello. Fighting for my life. Hello, XCOM is over. Oh, have you finished XCOM? Have you finished XCOM? The elders have fallen. Oh, nice. It sounds like you got XCOM over. There we go. Hi there, Marcus. Hi there, Monster Gamer. Welcome to the stream. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I picked up South of Midnight back during the break between Easter and Anzac. So yeah, so I picked this up like a week or two ago, and yeah, so I got back into it. So I don't think I'm gonna be able to complete it all tonight, unfortunately, because you know I've got work the next day and what have you.
Again?
All right, looks like we're back to where we were before.
Oh, don't worry. She's back in Prospero. Safe. I'll send you back there.
Well,
So yeah,
don't let me
how was XCOM 2?
Oh, I keep my promises. Now it's time for you to keep yours. Remember on stage at Kushma's Cabaret, a favor for a key? Well, it's time for you to pay up.
Is it now? That was a very quick favor. Like, come on, man.
I need you to give this hairbrush to your grandma.
Get in line. I have my own reckoning to do with her.
Well, then do us both a favor.
But why can't you do it yourself? I'd imagine Kushma's right-hand man can give a hairbrush to an old woman.
That old woman is what we call a false stitcher. Now, unlike you, she wasn't chosen to be a weaver. Instead, she uses a dark magic, killing creatures and tearing through the grand tapestry, leaving a trail of corruption behind.
That explains a lot.
All
It
I'm
does.
asking is that you give her the brush.
What does it do?
It's a one-way trip to Kushma.
Kushma again? I thought he was dealt with.
You can't defeat the King of Dreams and not mess. He contained his hunger for now, but he ain't gonna stay put for too long.
All right, fine. Get me out of here, and I'll give Bunny the brush. But that's it. After that, you and I are done.
God, I love Hazel's look.
I knew I liked you, Hazelflood. See you on the other side.
Rose also got a... Everyone has a pretty banger fucking design in this game. If you have not played South of Midnight, highly recommended. This is like chapter 12 or 13. Like, we've gone 2/3 of the way. It's fan-fucking-tastic.
I felt drained. Like I had no will left. And worse, I realized this was exactly how Kushma, the king of nightmares, thrived.
Alright, I'm gonna move into standing mode, because...
Free from that illusion.
Yep.
I knew I'd lose myself if I didn't break that never-ending cycle. Bottling Kushma with Mama's help made me realize that together, we could handle whatever came our way. It filled me with more pride than any gold medal I've ever won.
So, yeah.
But that's not where this story ends. There was a loose end back in Prospero that needed tying up. It was time to swing by Bunny's again.
He gives the feeling that even when the deal is done, you aren't fully rid of him no matter what. Yeah, probably not. Alright. Actually, I need to double check. Is there 16 chapters to this game, or is it more like 14? Hang on. South of Midnight chapters. Give me a second.
Hazel.
Let me see how many chapters there are. Because if there really is only 14 or 16 chapters, like, let's see how few there are.
You ran and ran until you found me.
1, 2. Okay, no, this is the final chapter. Okay, we're at the final chapter.
What I said when we argued. I'm sorry.
So Granny was a black magic practitioner. Yes, she was.
We have loads to talk about.
So yeah, this is the final chapter then. All right, we're gonna keep on going. We're gonna keep on going till the end.
I'll go find us a ride.
Chugga 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 chugga. So yeah, but nah, like Rue over there, yeah, absolutely.
One more thing to do.
Very rarely does he get to hang out with people, I imagine. So
Have you lost your mind?
I know you can't understand, but I need you to trust me one more time.
I can't let you go back into the mouth of danger.
Please, Ma. There's so much bad coming from there. You can't see what I see. Just like I couldn't see what you were going through. I have to fix this on my own. Make it right.
Don't know how she got a hold of a weaver's needles, but that was her doing nonetheless. Yeah, it was. It could easily have been chalked up to the fact that, like, you know, Prospero is so close to, like, you know, the what's-a-mahoozy, like, the last sanctuary of the last weaver that was here. So it could easily have been a case of, like, she took the the last weaver's needles and shit, and, you know, for the longest time we didn't have a weaver until finally, like, you know, Hazel Flood came along. So it just had, like, just the right kind of, you know, fate slash chance. So yeah, so no, this is the last chapter. So we're gonna get this done then. So yeah.
Wish me luck. If I'm not out here in a few minutes, call the authorities.
Alright.
I don't know what to say to her. What is there to even say? All of this stigma was coming from her the whole time.
Yep.
If we can come to an understanding, maybe all of this will clear up.
I don't think it will. She's had this kind of pain with her, you know, daughter for a long time.
All right.
There's no real easy way to break that, especially given how long she's held it on.
Lily? Are you back? How did you... Oh... You're more powerful than I thought.
Is that Molly's heart?
Why didn't it work? It should have brought Sherry back.
You can't bring back the dead.
You did something, didn't you? That's why the magic failed.
I heard your baby's spirit crying. In a tree. She was in pain. I did everything I could to help her.
In pain? Or just in your way? You have no idea what loss feels like. When Cherie drowned, I was so raw it hurt to breathe. I'd see cars with those baby on board signs and just want to ram them. This town's full of people who don't deserve their kids, who beat them right in the middle of a store. Why are their children still alive and not my Cherie?
I can't imagine what it's like to lose a child. But the things you've done ain't right.
Everything I done was for Cherie. You had no right to tamper with her spirit.
You had no right. You've hurt everyone around you. You murdered Molly.
I don't want to hear this.
You need to change to make up for what you've done.
Also, don't forget, she had a son.
I can't. I don't even know what to live for anymore.
It's at this point we don't.
There's a way you can see Cherie again.
I don't believe in heaven if you came here to kill me.
No. But there is a town for folks who can't move on. Or won't. You can't do any more harm there. But think it through, Bunny. I've seen what happens to folks who can't let go of the past. Your choice.
Cherie's baby brush.
Ooh, that's why the brush was...
I'd get cross with her. Now I'd give anything to brush her hair again.
And you can, my darling.
Hey there, Ro.
It won't really be her.
You'll never be able to tell the difference, I promise.
I won't.
Not if you don't want to.
You're very kind.
This is a...
There's a fine line between mercy and justice, ain't that right, Hazel Flood? You chose a hard road for yourself.
I know.
Huh. I'm gonna take the wild guess that this house was thrown into disarray without the black magic. Yep, we're getting out of there. We're getting the buck out.
Hazel! Mama! Oh, good Lord. Are you hurt?
I'm okay. I'm okay. I got a lot to tell you.
I got time.
More that the mansion was literally held together by Bunny's resentment. That too. Grief, resentment, magic. Something along those lines. Oh, okay, that was it. I honestly thought I was gonna get like a boss fight or something like that because of, I thought I was gonna get a boss fight by getting into her mansion and such, but turns out it was, you know, seems it was just that simple. Giving her her daughter's brush. Kushma was bad enough. So you've played this before, Izzy? Or... Thanks. Chad Edmond, thank you for making the character. Let's see, communications, lead UI, information. I salute UIT people. Narrative, Danny DeBell. Honestly, good work. Zari Linear for the writer. I love it. I can get behind it. I can definitely see it being used as like just as a normal story, but it worked better as a video game. Quality assurance, tech animation, tech artist. Adrian Ray as Hazel. Nice. Amon Best as Rue. Is there any names here I recognize? No. I do not remember. I don't recognize any of those names. Compulsion alumni. Activision LA. Agora Studios. Honestly, phenomenal work. I loved it. And what's more is, we got the story. All art has a story behind it. Yeah. What's more is, we got the... Oh, hang on. Ah, damn it. No, that wasn't the button I was meant to press. I was meant to slow down, not skip.
And that's how a new Weaver came to be in Prospero.
There's Crouton.
Not bad at all, Hazel Flood.
I appreciate it. I gotta get going. Instead, I meet Ma and Laurent for dinner. See y'all later.
At least Laurent is back with, Lacey. How you feel seeing the stories of Benji and Two-Toe Tom? Honestly, the story with Benji that hit me personally, because it was like, the first story they hit us with is, oh hey, here's a brother that got tired of his younger brother being a special kid and being like the favorite to the mom, that he like boarded him up in a tree of all fucking things. That was fucking horrific. I'm not gonna have, like, you know, terrible thoughts on the fact that, like, there are plenty of people in the States that probably still think that way with anyone on the spectrum. Two-Toe Tom, that was a little bit interesting poetic justice. Loren's story was pretty good. And then, yeah, we kind of... Yeah, no, it was pretty good. So, yeah. That was fantastic. I loved it. I thought it was a wonderful, I thought it was a wonderful game. If you guys have the Xbox Game Pass, highly recommend you give it a try. It's like, you know, it's like a 7 to 10 hour game. I think it's really worth it. I don't know if it's worth like full price, because I think it is like a $50 game or something like that. But I definitely think it is very much worth it, like if you are like an Xbox Game Pass kind of user and what have you. So top marks and such. So yay, we were able to get one of the games that was in my backlog because of playing all those different games from the Easter Easter Anzac break, which is really good. I'm trying to think if there was any other games that I picked up that were like an Xbox Game Pass down, because there's a lot that are in my, like, so I know I had, so Claire Obscuria, Elden Ring, sorry, not Elden Ring, Elder Scrolls, the Elder Scrolls. What's another, like, hang on, let me have a look at a poll. So Oblivion, South of Midnight, Claire Obscure Expedition 33, oh, and Blueprints. So, I still got Blueprints to go through. I want to find time for Claire Obscure Expedition 33. And then Oblivion, we're going to be going off on Saturday. So, you know, these things are going to pop up. Don't condone what he did, but it had to happen. Considering the time Laurent came from, seeking legal justice didn't seem possible to get back at the mill workers' boss. Yeah, no. I don't condone it either. Like, I'm not about to, you know, I'm not gonna gaslight someone on that kind of thing, so, but otherwise, good story, love the stuff. I loved the look. The design of so many of the characters worked really well. I think the only design I wasn't fully behind was Lacey's design. I don't know what it is, something about her eyes, just, they seemed a little bit too, like, black, like almost all round or something or rather. Reminded me a little bit of Coraline every time I think back to it. But Hazel, I loved. Rose was really good, and Lorraine's especially Lawrence Ujo form, absolutely fantastic as well. I thought it was pretty good. So yeah, that is, you know what, I'm gonna go and uninstall this game now, because I don't need it. I'm one of those kinds of peeps where I play it and I'm done with it. I don't need to go and play the I don't play games to 100% them and anything like that. So yeah, so you know, once I'm done with the game and I'm like, yes, I'm satisfied, uninstall. I'm done. So yeah, so that is going to be it for me tonight. Tomorrow night I'm gonna be playing Split Fiction with Code the Yoshi. So hopefully I'll see some of you there. Although if you're in a different time zone and would prefer something that's a little bit more when you're awake and such, I will be going through the Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered Saturday morning for me, which will be Friday evening for some of the Americans. So, without further ado, before I head off, we're gonna go on a little raid, and we're gonna go and raid into Code the Yoshi, because yeah, they've been, you know, streaming for the last almost 2 hours now, and we're gonna go raid into them as they go play through a little bit of the Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remaster. I'm not gonna stick around for it because I don't want to get spoiled too much, but otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream and seeing me to the end of South of Midnight. I really appreciate it. I'm so glad I was able to get that game done, so I have a smaller backlog. I still have plenty of backlog to go with plenty of games, both like new and old, and Lord knows that there's going to be games in the future that I also am going to pick up and start playing on stream. So I hope you'll join in with me for the Himbo raid message that's coming up as we go and raid into Code the Yoshi. I will be online tomorrow night with Code for Split Fiction. If you can't attend, that's okay. There's always the Saturday morning in for the Oblivion Remastered. If not, I hopefully will see you all another time. Bye for now.